keep it as being nice.
Huh?
Guess I was off screen there. I'm not sure. Let's see if maybe gotta move this over a little bit. I don't know why it changed at all, but all right. All right, we're going to do one of those things tonight, if it's possible. If we get to $300, a normal minimum nightly goal, I'll send in $500 to one of our true crime charities that we send money into out of the income from the channel. All right. So if you guys support my channel tonight up to $300, then I'll donate. Then I'll donate $500. Whoa, what is that? What? What do you mean, whoa, what is that? What do you mean, whoa, what is that? What are you looking at? Whoa, what is that? Where? What are you looking at? God, what's going on with these people that show up in here, man? It's just crazy. Whoa, what is that? Whoa. Whoa. What? What are you looking at? It doesn't look like anything. It looks like an island in the water. There's no... Oh, jeez. There's nothing in this picture that has that look at all about it. So I don't even know where the joke is, you know. Anyways, we're going to listen to in the Nolan Wells case. There's like these interviews that they've been having, and I mean, they're some of the kids. Remember the kids whose parents Nolan Wells' parents wouldn't talk to because they liked getting the GoFundMe going, and if you started talking and getting the answers, the truth. The GoFundMe would dry up. And that is the answer to that. There's no reason in hell that a parent wouldn't talk to another kid's parent if you wanted to get answers. Unless, you know, Crump said, hey, we need you to shut the hell up so we can make some money. I mean, it's ludicrous. And I got to tell you, like I was watching, it's Officer Tatum. He did an interview with these kids. And it was on Don Lemon's show, and they've got these just totally racist people up there. I guess if you're white, you're a killer, you know. I mean, it's just it's so disgusting watching the way they talk on there. Meaning Don Lemon and whoever the hell the other people were. I mean, you know, like these interviews, the kids say exactly what we said a long time ago. You know, exactly the same thing. I don't know if you saw anything that was on, if you watched any of the Don Lemon thing. God, it's unreal. God, unbelievable. You know, going, right, you know, and I think somebody should sue them. That's what I think. I would throw Don Lemon in there. He's just such a clown. Yeah, no, I was making comments in the chat because the whole chat thinks there's a big cover up. It's actually Kanika Jenkins 2.0. Same bullshit, you know. Like he probably died accidentally in the water. You know, there's a lot of people around. But why does it have to be his white friends? That's the thing. That's what they're saying. So I just think that it's very similar to Keegan Jenkins. You get the threats, you got the attacks, and it all turns out to be, it was accidental. Hey, where you been, Jason? I haven't seen you for a long time. I know we haven't been covering Guthrie, but, haven't seen you forever. All right, let's see. All right, here's one right here. We've got this week in the Nolan Wells investigation, what happened from August 1st. They were talking about, there's been arrests made in the case. A Cincinnati woman, Michelle Francine Edwards, was charged in federal court with making roughly 21 threatening calls to George County Chancery Clerk's Office and about 8 to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office on July 23rd, including a bomb threat that placed the Sheriff's Office on lockdown. She faces up to 5 years in prison and $250,000 fine. These people are crazy. And then it says 2 teens who were with Wells on July 4th, Warren Hudson and Jax Pitalo, launched a send GoFundMe to cover legal fees for anticipated wrongful death and defamation lawsuit. And by the way, did you guys hear what I said a minute ago? I said we're going to try to raise, if we get to 300, I'll donate $500. After I said that, 0 all the way across the board. Yet again, here we are, another show where we just can't get started. So if you guys could please help support the channel. We're trying to get to 300 tonight. Then I'll donate the 500. Let's see. So there was, then there's a third arrest. Edward James Porter of Berwyn, Illinois, became a third person arrested on federal charges of threatening witnesses in the Wells investigation, accused of telling Bart Edmiston Jr. and a family member he would come kill them, and describing dismembering a body into a suitcase. And then attack on Woolsey Job. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump announced that the Mississippi Board of Nursing opened, then closed, a professional misconduct investigation of Christine Wansley, Wells's mother, based on an anonymous complaint. Jeez, we'll see how sick this is. It's ridiculous. Dr. Benjamin Hudson shared audio recordings with the Sun Herald showing the profanity-laced death threats and racial slurs directed at his family. I mean, these kids are just going through absolute hell, It's ridiculous. University of Wyoming head football coach Jay Saville publicly addressed the connection between his punter, Bart Edmiston Jr., and the case, stating I guess it's Edmiston, had never been a suspect in the Wells death. I guess the teen's attorney visited the island, traveled to Horn Island on Friday, and vowed to file defamation lawsuits on behalf of Hudson. Yeah, I would too. And I would actually go after people like Don Lemon. They're the main perpetrators. They're the ones that stoke up all that. Okay, I'll have to say it again, you guys. We're trying to get to the $300, our minimum nightly goal, and then I'll donate $500 to one of our charities, maybe RAIN, maybe NCMEC, etc. Did anybody hear that at the beginning, or? Yeah, the mother's just. I felt bad for them. The thing is, I do feel bad for them. But I lost any sort of like they're credible once they said that they didn't talk, when she wouldn't talk to the parents of the kids that were friends with him on the boat.
Really welcome me here. My co-counsel.
Yeah, so here's this interview on Officer Tatum These are three of the kids, and then he's an attorney on the right there.
He's an incredible human being, and he's an incredible attorney. And then after that, I had an opportunity to meet these incredible young men. And I just got to say, these guys are unbelievable. Warren, Jackson, Morgan, they're just beautiful people. They're really decent human beings. They're just great people. And, that's why I'm here, because I want to help great people. And this is a very sad situation, but it's also a very human situation. And it's a tragedy.
So you guys have, obviously before this happened, I would assume you're living a regular life, young guys being in college, having a typical experience. Then you,
but it's also a very human situation, and
Nolan.
Yeah, then it has all these pictures of them. They're all hanging out, at parties and whatnot.
And after that, what has life been like for you guys?
I think like ever since it happened, my life just like hit like a hole.
Thanks, Wild Bill and Stephen Connerly.
Like it just stopped, and I mean we just got to live day by day from now on. I could say definitely a whole flip upside down for our lives. It's like even going out, we're always paranoid somebody's gonna see us, get spotted, try to beat us up potentially, or even worse.
That's exactly what they would feel like. I remember when I covered Kanika Jenkins, I was the only person out of the entire YouTube community who covered it correctly. I literally I purchased, just like anybody else could, the entire surveillance footage, looked at it, and you could tell Kanika Jenkins accidentally walked into a freezer and killed herself. She couldn't figure out how to get out. That's just the truth of it. But I got threatened all the time. People would call my home, my work, and all kinds of different shit because I didn't go with there. I had to be working for the feds, of course. But it's just like, and then I made these videos, debunking videos, over and over and over, showing the reality. And so many people started going, you know what? He actually makes sense. So many people switched over time. That's kind of the key, is to put out the rational information to get through to the people that actually have brains that function. This is a case right here where currently there's zero information that any of these kids had anything to do with anything. Okay? There's nothing in this case that, other than they just happened to be the kids that he was with earlier. But there was like hundreds and hundreds of people at this place. It'd be great to know exactly what happened to him. But if he doesn't have any marks on him and it's consistent with drowning, I'd like to know what his blood alcohol level was. It could have been quite high, and that would have contributed to drowning.
We're really just trying to stay low key and not go out as much or anything like that.
Are you guys getting sick of that low-key term that everybody's using all the time? It's just so stupid. Oh, I was low-key talking to my friend. Oh, I was low-key. It just sounds so stupid. Trying to be so cool. It's just... I'm so tired of that phrase. Boy, I was low-key shooting baskets today, and...
like that. Yeah.
It's been hard because my friends and I are people.
What do you mean it's your generation, Chicken Wing? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's just out there. It's all over the place. It's everybody's saying it. I mean, 70-year-old people are saying it.
I mean, we like to be out and hang out outside of our friend group, and not being able to like go certain places or, walk around in public because our head's always on a swivel. It's really affected all of us. I mean, especially in like my family's standpoint, my safety comes first. My friends and family safety come first too. And it's been really hard because I'm worried about like my family as well with me, and it's hard, but we're just going day by day. And
you don't know what generation started it, Chicken Wing. You have no clue who started it. You weren't there when it was started. People have used the phrase low key like all the time, in the past, but now it's used differently. It's sort of this.
Just trying to get through every day,
Can you give me some examples of what has happened? Have you guys have had things happen online, threats online? Have you guys have any examples of people accosting you or anything like that?
Oh yeah, we have had countless death threats online. Been spotted. I'll let you elaborate more on that. Being spotted.
People have obviously just pointed us out. As a group and even on a one-on-one setting, I think it's really just like awkward because I don't want to talk about this, and I know my friends don't want to talk about this any more than we need to. We're still mourning one of our best friends' death, and it's hard to speak about it when, like sometimes we just need some alone time, or sometimes we just need to, lay back and not be around all this. And I've been called out in public, and I haven't been in public that much. I know my friends have had encounters in public. The threats have been insane from, my stepmom and my dad, my mom, everyone included, like even my brothers and my sisters. And it's just hard. It's unbelievable where like this has been taken to and the level where this is at.
When you say you've been called out in public, can you give me an example of like, what do you mean? People are threatening you with weapons? People are, not allowing you, denying you service? Because I heard that Trayston, he went to a corner store and they told him his money is not good there. They wouldn't even let him buy Gatorade.
Yeah.
Are you experiencing things like that or something totally different?
Right. I wouldn't say like that. I think I haven't been denied.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Jay, that's all I ever talk about in here is how everybody's conspiracy.
Anything, but like Trayston, it's hard to hear from a good friend of mine that he's getting.
Are you guys interested in doing the my challenge that I put forth for the evening?
Denied a Gatorade and a Red Bull before work, and having to, like, he calls me, he's like, dude, you won't believe what just happened. He got called out at Walmart. Someone called him out at Walmart and was like asking him all these questions and trying to press him about it. And it's crazy to me. Like, we live in a very tight-knit community, and for people to, push back and say these things when they know what Ocean Springs is like, it's really hard. And I haven't had many personal encounters, but I know being around the guys and stuff like that, they have. So.
And Ed, as an attorney that's representing these boys, what does that make you feel like? Do you feel like you got a good case here, or what's your perspective in that? Because people are online, and obviously they know who you are. Obviously they know you represented Donald Trump in some pretty high-profile cases, and so now that you've joined, or at least now you work for the young men here. You hear them say things like they've been accosted, they've been, threatened online.
Thanks, Bill.
Does that make your case a greater case, or how do you work within what's happening to these young men?
Well, unfortunately, I wish there was no case. I wish this hadn't happened. But unfortunately, because these things did happen, there is a case, and now there's multiple cases.
Yeah, people like Don Lemon and the people that Don Lemon have on, they're basically accusing all these kids with zero evidence at all of killing Nolan Wells. Has anybody seen one piece of information that indicates they had something to do with it? And I would sue that. It might be hard because she'll say, "Oh, that was just my opinion." The audio analysis lady. What an absolute joke that was. The things she said that she heard. I listened to it, didn't hear anything. But she would suggest what she heard, and then people thought it was oh yeah, I hear what she's saying. And she said all the things that the conspiracy people would want. So it's kind of like, at a hut. Stupid. Gilligan, little bunny. Skipper. Man. Here's that time. It said bat shit at the end. You could hear it. Definitely said it.
And I'm going to tell you something.
Come on.
If you're out there and you lied about these guys, you lied
No,
about...
that's not, when you say no credible evidence, there's no evidence at all. There isn't anything that we're trying to determine if it's credible. There is nothing. Nobody has said anything.
My guys, you lied about Tyler's guys here. If you lied about Morgan, if you lied about Jax, if you lied about Warren, we're going to get you. And you're going to be hauled into court. You're going to be held accountable. And it's going to be very painful. And what I would say to the people who have done that is, now's your chance. If you want to apologize and retract before you find yourself in court, you should probably do that now. Because if you don't do that, once you're in court, now you just can't leave. You won't be able to get out of it. And we're not going to name names because there's some other folks who are doing that, and we want to be better than that. And I want to emphasize this, right? We're not here to guess. We're not here to speculate. We're only going to deal in facts, right? And here's the most important thing, right? We don't know how Nolan Wells died. No one here is saying we know.
Yeah.
But what we do know is Morgan, Jax, and Warren had nothing whatsoever to do.
Yeah, they're going to explain about on the boat. Talk about what was going on during that call, etc. And it's exactly what we said. I mean, I said exactly the same
With Nolan
stuff
Wells'
without
death.
even being there or anything.
And that's what's important. And unfortunately, because there are people who want to divide a town and come in from the outside and tell people what to think and pit neighbor against neighbor, it compounds the tragedy. It magnifies the tragedy. And I just want to say this. Here's why it's an even bigger tragedy. Because my friends here, Morgan, Jax, and Warren.
No, but there's not even anything mentioned that's evidence. Like, give me something out there that's being said. Anybody? Does anybody have anything at all that's been said?
These guys are not just the finest that Ocean Springs has to offer, finest that Mississippi
Great,
has
thanks,
to
Alan
offer.
Jake.
These are the finest young men that America has to offer. Really great people. And Tyler actually taught me good Ocean Springs people. That was one of the first things I heard when I got here. So I'll just say that. They're good Ocean Springs people.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe.
Confidence
mine
not a
too.
strong enough word. Confidence not a strong enough. Really great people. And
Yeah, hit
Tyler
my like button.
actually taught me good Ocean Springs people. That was one of the first things I heard when I got here. So I'll just say that. They're good Ocean Springs people.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible
Right.
interview. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button and
go.
also join our membership program.
Yeah, you can go check out the video over there. And also hit my like button.
Confidence not a strong enough word. In fact, beyond a reasonable doubt is not strong enough. There's a 0% chance that they did anything wrong. So this is not 90%. It's not 99%.
Yeah, these kids didn't do anything. None of them did. He wanted to stay behind to be with a girl or something. And what happened after that, who the hell knows? I don't know. There's no evidence of anything. The autopsy showed that he had no physical injuries or anything, and that he had water in his lungs and whatnot that was consistent with drowning.
9%. It's not 99.9999. There's no decimals. There's no anything. It's 100%. 100.000%. Nothing. They did nothing wrong, and that's the problem for our opponents here, who have ruined their lives, dragged them through the mud, and attacked them. You don't get to lie. We have a First Amendment. We love our First Amendment, but you don't get to lie and hurt people. You want to lie and it doesn't hurt people? Fine. You lie and you hurt people, that's why we have defamation.
This is where the boat
And that's
was.
what this is about. So I just want to emphasize this in the strongest possible terms. Zero wrongdoing. Completely innocent, totally innocent, and categorically innocent.
And you guys have had experiences.
I don't know if that's the greatest attorney in the world. Just the way, he seems kind of...
With either people threatening you online. I know that, Warren, we talked about this before, and we talked a little, or at least spoke a little bit about when you go out, you guys are getting accosted by people. Can you give us an example of, or at least tell the audience an example of an incident where you guys may have been accosted Or what does that look like when you go out? People threaten you with weapons, or people trying to physically harm you, or people having to be restrained? What kind of engagement is happening when you guys go out?
We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and when we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt, and I know my friends felt, threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think there was like a fear factor, but at the same time, like it's awkward in public, like I stated, like when we have to talk about these things. But we went to a restaurant and someone actor, but at the same time, like it's awkward in public, like I stated, like when we have to talk about these things. But we went to a restaurant and someone came up to me and was like, "Is this you?" And I was kind of like shaken up about it. Well, at first she asked like my name and like all these questions, and I was like, okay, whatever, she's just coming up to talk. Well, then she came up to me again and showed me our first interview and was like, "Are you sure this isn't you?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, that's me, like obviously." And she kind of just, I looked at my buddy and I was like, "Yeah, we're leaving, like close everything out, like we're going." And I left, and there was an altercation after I left with some of my buddies that weren't involved in this at all. And they told my friends that they were going to kill them and they wanted to fight and all this like crazy stuff. I mean, I wasn't there, but my friends told me this, that what the people were saying to them was like totally just crazy. Like, I mean, there was people like that were, outside of this telling us like, "Hey, you need to leave before something happens, because I know what could go down right now. And like, I know that these people are crazy." So, I mean, we all felt, we were kind of shaken up about that. It was weird because it was our first encounter as a group. And I think it's also like just crazy that people will like look at you in the eye and tell you they'll kill you because they believe you killed your best friend and you have nothing to do with it.
And Morgan and Jax, were you guys there?
Yes, we were there.
I was there.
I didn't hear the part where they said they were going to kill him and stuff, but I did hear whenever she came up to him originally, she was like, "Hey, you have like TikTok or anything like that? Your face looks really familiar." And he was like, "No, I don't have TikTok or anything like that." And she was like, "Oh, okay." And then walked off and then came back with, like you said, the first interview on her phone and showing him. She was like, "So this isn't you. Either you have a doppelganger or this is you." And he was like, "Well, yeah, that's me." And then we got the check and we bounced and we were waiting outside for everybody else to get out of there. And while we're waiting outside is whenever some of our other buddies that aren't even on social media that we were just there with was getting told that other people are going to kill them and all that kind of stuff.
So how did that make you guys feel did you think they were serious? Did you think it was just people trying to make a name for themselves by confronting you in front of others? Like, what was your take on that, Morgan?
I think it was just like, I was in the general area of where one of our buddies was, where this altercation happened. And I actually got into a conversation with a fellow next to me that wasn't even involved. And he told me straight up, he was like, "If I was y'all right now, I would leave before y'all get hurt. Y'all need to leave right now. I'm just watching out for y'all and making sure y'all are safe." And I mean, I wouldn't say that those people would have physically done something in that moment, but I think they were playing like almost like a mental game, like just to get into your head and just almost like make yourself like just think these things that obviously are not true.
If you can go back to the very beginning of this, how do you think this should have played out? Because I always question in my mind that when I go back, I look at what happened, I look at the initial stories with Nolan, and you guys knew him, right? I didn't know him. I know none of you guys. I just had a chance to meet you guys more recently. But how do you think this should have gone? If you could control the environment, Nolan is found deceased. How do you guys think?
Yeah, put comments in your super chats, you guys. Jolly good show. And I said, "Okay, chap." I don't even know.
that this should have been put out to the world?
So
Thanks,
first
Joel
off,
Byrne.
I wish that none of this would ever happen. I wish Nolan could still be here with us today, and I wish that
Yeah,
like
I
I
had
said,
an
none of this
accent too.
would ever happen. Like if I
Jolly
wish
good.
that
God, jolly
all
good
this could
shit.
be erased and Nolan could be here tomorrow. I mean that's more than anything. But other than that, I feel like his mom blasting us on social.
All right, so what we're doing tonight, you guys, if when we get to the minimum goal, 300, we're going to donate $500 out of the income from the channel to true crime related charities. And currently we are at 49. All right, so we got another 251 to go.
Media from the get-go saying that he was out there with Warren and another guy. That's where it first started to take off, and then also the fact that she posted a picture of me and Morgan and another guy and Nolan on the boat together, blasting that out there, pushing this narrative, kind of, I guess. I wish that would have never happened either, and I don't think those would.
You know, like here's the thing: guilty people never do what these kids are doing right now. Like 3 kids all hanging out, just totally normal. They'd be freaking out and really nervous. There's no chance that these kids had anything to do with anything, and there's no evidence that points to that.
Happened, a lot of this stuff wouldn't have been as viral or gone all over the country at this point. I mean, this is a countrywide
Thanks, chicken
news
wing.
story that is just blown out of proportion, and the fact that it was our best friend and it's not what people are saying it is what hurts the most. I mean, that was our brother. I mean, straight up. That's what I told his dad the night that he came over to my house. He was like, blah, blah, saying something. I was like, dude, that was my brother. Like, and you know that. He knows that. We were picking him up every single day.
Right. Yeah, they're picking up everything. You know what? And so he talked to his dad. But see, then they started seeing the money coming in on the GoFundMe, and Crump was like, you know, if you start working this out, you know, we won't be able to bring in the money that we can do here. It's going to be incredible. You know, or Crump is just telling them, hey, you know, giving another reason not to, because he's just looking for the bank. That Crump guy is one of the most, is the sickest person I've ever seen. Ambulance chasing racist activist. I mean, just a...
He never drove. I can't tell you how many times I pulled up in his driveway and picked him up. And it wasn't him asking, it was just because that's what we did. We just picked up Nolan all the time. That's how we, you know, came about to all of the stuff that we were going to. We'd go and pick him up. That's how much we like to be around him. We would do stuff like that all the time, you know?
Well, first off, like I wish we would have never, like I think about this every day. Like I wish we would have never went out on the 4th of July, because I know this wouldn't have happened. Nolan wouldn't be gone, and like it's really hard to think about, because it's like I wish I would have done this different, or I wish I would have done that different, because now one of my brothers wouldn't have like passed away. But I think from the beginning, I'm glad that I called the Coast Guard, and I'm glad that we came together as a group.
I think
Even
they should
from the
sue
first
Don
day when
Lemon and
people
all those
started
guys.
texting us things
I
saying,
even, like, there's some people on News Nation that are like that. I mean, who's that idiot whose brother was the mayor over there? I mean, he's the same thing. You know, trying to make it seem like there's something else.
and you know, crazy things. But I wish it wouldn't have been reported as some type of race thing. I think it's really bad that like people are pushing the narrative, oh, this is a race thing. Well, obviously it's not. I mean, this is like a brother to us. I mean, Nolan's no different than anyone else in our group. And I just wish this wasn't pushed on the media as, oh, this is a bunch of white guys that killed a black guy, or this is, you know, like in the beginning it was like 4 guys went to a stranded island and dumped Nolan at the island and just left him there. Like even from the beginning, it was just like this thing, and no one had facts, and they were just pushing this horrible narrative, all lies about everyone.
That's
and
how it is in
it's
every
sick.
case.
So I wish that would have been completely different. I'm glad I called the Coast Guard. I'm glad I made the first contact within all of this. I'm glad I was the first one that called Christine Wells that night and told her that we haven't heard from her son. And I'm glad that I did all of that, but I hate the way this has been perceived by the media and portrayed. This has like been absolutely horrible with the way and the things that they've said to us and done. But other than that, I mean, there's not much I would change from my point of view and my friend's point of view. I think we did everything right, and I know we did nothing wrong.
I also want to say, I think it's so criminal that they took something so anti-racist and flipped it into something super racist. Like they took, this is the definition of anti-racism. I mean, that we did not look at Nolan any different than I looked at him, or even you. You know, this is literally our brother. I mean, like we stated, we did not treat him any different. We didn't treat Trayson any different. We don't treat Trayson any different. And they just flipped it. And I just think that is so wild that they're pushing this thing that they're saying, oh, they want to end racism and all this stuff. Well, they're the one pushing it. They're pushing the racism.
Yeah, they do it for money.
And I just think that's kind of crazy.
Morgan, what's your thoughts on this? How
Everybody-
does it affect you?
When people say they don't see color, they're full of shit. I mean, obviously, you look at somebody, your eyes see that. It's just, do you think of them differently? And no, I mean, you know, like when you have friends that are black and people have, you know, or any other Asian, whatever, you still see that they're Asian and black. You're just friends with them. It doesn't matter what they are. That's what it kind of comes down to, is people shouldn't care what somebody's race is. But the thing is that whole black liberation, you know, theology, you know, this BLM bullshit, they need to keep separating themselves to have this grievance for the money. It's just really sick, you know, sick, disgusting.
I mean, first I want to say wish this would have never happened. I wish Nolan would still be here with us today. And but in my opinion, I think that the media, they shouldn't have pushed a narrative from so early. I think that they should have let the local officials do their job, let them release statements, and then, I mean, the media is obviously going to see that and then do whatever they do. But that's what I mean. I trust the local officials.
Ed, with what has transpired,
And then do whatever they do.
Sorry.
But that's what I mean. I trust the local officials.
Ed, with what has transpired, you know, how does that dictate your response? Because you have a 30,000 foot view of all of this stuff, right? You see the way that it could have went, and you see that there's people that instigated the narrative that's out there now. And as a, you know, defamation attorney, how does this navigate your tactics?
Sure.
You know?
And I want to be clear about something. Tonight, I'm not going to give any particular person any more oxygen than they have already sucked up. But I will say this. What's been said about Morgan, Jax, and Warren, I'm not going to call them untruths or half-truths or falsehoods. I'm going to call it what it is, lies. So the first thing that's really important here is we're dealing with lies and liars. We're dealing with profiteers.
Yeah,
We're dealing
that's
with
the key
hustlers.
right there.
And one thing that I've seen since I got here is that Ocean Springs, Mississippi, is a really beautiful place. And the region is very beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful places in the country. And there is just no question, the death of Nolan Wells is a horrendous tragedy. But for the tragedy to then be magnified after his death for no reason other than profit is a disgrace, or what we would call a
And that is absolutely what it's about. Same thing happened in the Kanika Jenkins case. It's all about the money, you know. You get all these people riled up. I mean, you should see on Don Lemon's show. It looks like a bingo machine in there. Everybody's sending in super chats, and they're just so excited about what he's doing and saying, and it's just complete nonsense. It's embarrassing. You know, I think I'm embarrassed that Don Lemon gets that many people to watch that show. I mean, he is a joke of a person, and he's a joke investigator. He's just an embarrassment. If you remember that flight MH580 or whatever the hell the number is, you know, he got up there one time and he said, you know, we can't really rule out like some sort of like a black hole, you know, like a what was it, like some sort of alien thing. You know, he's just a stupid person. Okay. And I don't know what the hell people get out of that stuff. He doesn't even know how to ask questions or follow up on anything. It's Don Lemon, so yeah. You know, good Lord. Unreal. But anyways, you guys, we're trying to get to 300 tonight, and then I'll donate 500. So that'll be $210 to the channel, and I'll donate, make up $290 of it. So $210 from you guys, $290 from me, will be donated to, and you know, the money you're sending into the channel, and then I'm donating from the income from the channel to some sort of a, you know, any true crime related charity that we decide at the end. So if you guys could please help support the channel, that would be awesome. It just seems like we're just mired in mud again.
Shonda. And I had the opportunity to go to Horn Island today with Tyler and Warren and Jax. And a lot of people who have been sucking up way more oxygen than they're entitled to have not been to the island. I'm willing to bet that a lot of the hustlers and profiteers and liars have not been to that island. And you have to go to that island. And being at the island today was revelatory. It was really illuminating. It's a very dynamic marine environment, first of all. But when you go to the island, you see instantly that what some people want to be true, what they wish to be true, they're trying to wish it to be true. They're trying to make it true through their lies.
I've been saying this
It's
forever.
actually not possible. It is a very, very long and narrow barrier island.
Hey, thanks,
It's
Joel
basically
Byrne.
very low sand dunes. And in the particular part of the island that we're dealing with, there are no trees. There's hardly any foliage, hardly any tree cover, hardly any plants, and it's wide open. And on July 4th, there were thousands of people there. There is no possible way that anybody could have committed a murder in broad day.
That's what I was thinking earlier. They've been saying there's thousands of people there. No, how would anybody not see it out of all those people? It's also hard, you know, it'd be not as hard though, but you could, I mean, somebody drowning, I guess you could be swimming in hail water and you just sort of, it's so loud and everybody's partying, you just didn't notice that they were struggling. I think that's exactly what happened. People are drunk, they're talking to their friends, and they just, you know, you're a little too far out there or whatever, and nobody saw them, and something happened.
Daylight on a barren, windswept island that is narrow and was just swamped with people that day in broad daylight. It's just not possible given the natural environment there. And that leads me to the next point, which is this. Once you know what the timeline is, when you combine the timeline with the actual dynamics of the island itself, all of the lies completely unravel because it isn't possible, and here's why. Morgan, Warren, and Jax left the island at about 4:30 p.m. That's it. They were gone. That is not open for debate. So that's a fact. They were gone. And at that time, Nolan Wells was still alive. Now, I'm not going to name them out of respect for their privacy, but just as one example, there are two
Hey, thanks Joel Burnt and 6 Kids UK.
very fine, upstanding members of the Ocean Springs community who saw Nolan Wells at about 10 minutes to 6 p.m. So about an hour and a half after these fine young men had left the island, they were gone, departed, Nolan Wells was alive.
How do you know they didn't come back in a boat, you guys?
And these two witnesses, two very reliable, very credible, and very upstanding members of the community, they saw Nolan. And they've known Nolan for years. There's no chance that they made a mistake. And by the way, this can
So
be...
Nolan could have just been there until late, and people were leaving, and then there isn't a lot of witnesses when he drowned. You know, like, do they actually know what time of day he drowned?
corroborated through other evidence, other eyewitness accounts. And that's the end of it right there. And that's before we get into everything else about the situation.
And when I look at this, I feel like there's levels of defamation and areas of defamation. And I'm not going to speak on your behalf because this is y'all's story to tell, your story to litigate. But which areas are the most egregious that you are going to go after, or that you guys think also are areas where people have taken?
See, what makes it so crappy is the people that come up with the fake stories and blaming, and they're of power. You know, they're like in a position, you know, like Don Lemon, for God's sakes. When they start doing this, it really riles up idiots. You know, the people that are really stupid morons in society, they get riled up and they want to go act out on it. And they're the ones that keep them from, you know, being able to go grocery shopping, etc. You know, it's just, I mean, like some of these kids can't, they've got it. One tried to go get some, I think it was a Red Bull and a Gatorade, and they wouldn't let him in the store. I mean, how sick is that? Yeah.
This situation and clearly lied to the public. One being the phone call. What is your thoughts on that phone call to Cito? Some people have gone out and done enhancements to the audio, and in doing that, created a transcript manually. It doesn't appear that the transcript was derived from an automated system or have any, in my opinion, real integrity with it. What are your thoughts, first, you guys, on the audio, and then I'll get to you, Ed, on could that be?
Okay, I think that's in the next part. So let's see.
Why would we call Cito?
In doing that, created a transcript manually. It doesn't appear that the transcript was derived from an automated system or have any, in my opinion, real integrity with it. What are your thoughts, first, you guys, on the audio, and then I'll get to you, Ed, on could that be a defamatory area the way it was produced? So what do you guys think about that audio?
Well, I can go ahead and say that as you posted that clip of all of us on the boat, you know, as it's rolling, not rolling, but right there sitting in the water, Wyatt's on the phone with Cito in that clip. I mean, he's on the phone. Wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him or something? I mean, it's just so crazy to think that. Why would we call Cito if we have a dead body on the boat? I mean, why would we call the Coast Guard? You know, why would we do the things we did if we know we killed somebody? And then another following up on that is, why aren't we in jail yet? I mean, we're not geniuses. There's no way we could have done a murder. I mean, there's no way we could have covered it up, especially out there with that many people. Go ahead.
I think, especially about the Cito call, I think people, regardless of who it is going to believe what they want to hear. I think half these people, or not half these people, but some of these people you can't convince, regardless. They're going to believe what they want to believe. If they want to believe that my friends and I had something to do with Nolan dying, then they're going to believe that regardless of what you put out. But you put out, Brandon, that a clip of the boat when Wyatt was on the phone with Cito, and it is boldly clear that Nolan was not on the boat with us. You can literally almost see down to the deck. And as you can see in that picture, everybody is completely casual while Wyatt's on the phone with Cito. Yeah, we were scrambling around trying to get the boat fixed, but the guys were, in the video, you'd see me, I'm sitting on the bow. If there was someone dying.
The guy that's on Lemon's show, he was saying, yeah, see these things that they're saying? It makes us ask more questions. What do you mean? This is exactly what I said the other day. I said the exact same thing that they're saying. When they're on that call, how come it doesn't sound like people are like, oh my God, there's somebody down here? It's just ludicrous. I can't stand this stuff, man.
Lying on the boat. Why would everybody just be sitting there waiting to either get towed in or in the first place, like Jack said, why would Wyatt call Cito? It's crazy. The reason we turned down Coast Guard is why would we call Coast Guard if Cito could pull us in? But we fixed the boat and we ran into Fort Bayou and that's it. The Cito call was completely enhanced and these people just want to believe what they want to hear. And that's exactly what they're doing. So it's just crazy to me that people have tried to twist this and twist the audio. When we came out with the first interview, it debunked half these lies, and now you don't hear about any of it. You don't hear about the pool party because it was on June 27th. You don't hear about anything.
What's the video that they're talking about that the guy posted from on a boat? Does anybody have a TikTok or whatever the hell that was?
Else that was mentioned, thousands of lies, and now the audio comes back and all of a sudden we can hear Nolan yelling in the background, screaming, we're screaming about how he's dead. That's just a complete lie.
Hey, guess what? Look at that. I just saw this. There's Kelsey right there, just had another baby. Jesus, she's had like 3 already, right? Needed delivered early. Not only did we make it past 39 weeks, but she weighed over a pound more than what doctors had told us she would. Look how cool that is. Look at that. There she is. All right. Very cool. All right. That's the older sister of, Libby and Abby, if you ever followed that case.
And it's another lie to push this narrative that people don't want to turn down. It's insane to me.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit
button.
In your opinion, that are naysayers. I want to give you, a 30-second opportunity to say what you would want to say to people regarding what you're saying are lies that have been told about you. And I could start here and we'll go all the way down to, and we'll end with you, Ed. But Morgan, if you had an opportunity to have this projected to everybody in the United States of America, many people who have made statements about you and about what occurred that day, what would you say to them? Like just a 30-second, this is what you would want to convey.
First I would say that, it's proven in evidence that they're all lies. I think that most of these people are just going to, I say most of these people, a lot of these people that have posted stuff out there, they've just been lies backed by no evidence. And if I had one thing to say to them, I'd say do your research before you go out saying something that's not true, that could hurt someone. Just do your research. It's easy. All you have to do is just scroll like they do all day long and find the evidence that's right in front of their face. And it'll prove its own facts.
I could say I would want to add on to that, do the proper research. Sort through all the lies. And a lot of these stuff, like you can just tell straight off the bat it's lies. And for one, it's defaming us. And for two, it makes you look like a dummy. You're just saying stuff, just pulling it out of who knows where, and you just look like an idiot on your phone making this TikTok or whatever. Do your research, man. If you can't simply do that, don't get on your phone and start making a video.
Yeah, so that's the thing is I won't even make a video unless I'm already versed, oh wow. And sometimes there's something that just breaks and we're looking at it. But, if you're looking at a case and you've got these facts, why would you I mean, I guess that's not what they're doing. See, they don't look at that. They just go, oh my God, 4 white kids and then there's a black kid. Holy crap. It must be a killing. You know, it's sick, you know? And they don't care about the facts. They just start rambling off stuff. You know, that's one of the reasons, like, back in the day when the Kenneka Jenkins case was going on, like, Nancy Grace just made me so angry during that time, because she went on one of those shows like Dr. Phil and no, that wasn't Dr. Phil, it was that other guy, Dr. Oz, and she started saying something just doesn't add up. She started doing that after I had completely shredded the entire notion, and she says stuff like that, and then a name like hers, it has credibility for some reason to people. And then they all of a sudden start believing that, oh, wow, so there is something weird. And there wasn't. There was nothing strange going on in the Kenneka Jenkins case. I saw every single bit of the surveillance. I saw her walk into the kitchen, go back to the area. There's no in or out back there. And then she was found in the freezer. And nobody came in or out of that place the entire time. It sucks. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill. He's trying for another wave, you guys. We're trying to get to our 300, which is the minimum goal. And we could, and then I'll send $500. You guys support the channel with 300, then I'll send 500 out of the income from the channel to true crime related charity tonight. All right, we're currently at, I think we just short of 100.
It's just kind of.
You guys don't even remember the Kenneka Jenkins case, do you? I think it was worse than this one. I mean, that thing was ridiculous.
Concerned me with like how people have the time of day to just make up complete lies out of something that they have no evidence of and to post on social media to put other people down. It's insane to me, like how, like, just people push this and, you know, want to make this a story that it's absolutely not. I don't know what happened to Nolan. My friends don't know what happened to Nolan. But for people to come around and say, oh, this happened for a fact, and I know this, and there's no telling me otherwise, then that's just stupid. You have no, like, half these people that are saying all these crazy things on the internet, those lies have already been debunked. There's evidence supporting this is a lie. Like, why are you still saying this? These people just have no idea what they're talking.
No, but see, that this guy's frustration right now is the same frustration I feel every single day. On Twitter, you got these people that keep saying the same things, even though it's been completely and utterly debunked with factual information, and they say the same thing the next day. It just never ends. It's same thing in every case. Same thing in Idaho 4, Charlie Kirk, any of the ones that sort of bring in the conspiratorial nut jobs. Same thing.
Talking about, and it's very clear because a lot of these people just speak without thinking and post stuff without thinking. But at the end of the day, it just looks really stupid on their page and whatever they're posting on. But
I even sent the real video. You know what I did? Listen to what I did in the Kenneka Jenkins case, you guys. I paid, I think it was $65 you had to purchase the hard drive and then shipping, and then the government, I think it was, the police department there in Chicago or wherever that was. I can't remember the name of that place. They put all the surveillance footage on it and then send it off. And then what I did was I thought, you know what? Why don't I send it to these other people? So I bought hard drives and put the same data on it for them, and I shipped it to them. And then they started manipulating those things and pretending it meant something else, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It just got really, people just want to believe what they want to believe. The hell with the facts.
it's just sad. Like, people really take the time out of their day to post a bunch of
Wild Bill
BS lies on a bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds who have never done anything to hurt anyone and, you know, loved their friend. Like, I loved that man more than anybody, and like so did all of my friends. And it's absolutely horrible that these people want to come on and push this narrative that we had something to do with this or we killed our best friend. It's just sick to me, Brandon.
Hey, Haley, what's going on? Chicken wing, thanks.
Yeah.
Timothy Cecil.
Well, this might be too long, but I have a few things I need to add. First of all, with respect to Warren, if you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
Right, that's what I said on the
Call
show the
a
other day.
federal
remember?
law
Why would they
enforcement
call?
agency and tell them, hey, can you guys go
That's what I
out
said
and
the
check
other
out
day
this island
when I went over that.
and look for Nolan Wells? Well, that's exactly what Warren did. Warren called the Coast Guard. And that is one of many very compelling facts. He got back and he called the Coast
Yeah,
Guard.
let's call the Coast Guard when Nolan Wells' body's at the bottom of the boat. We'll get a hold of them, and of course we won't be able to hide as we throw him overboard because there's thousands of other boats out here. But we'll just see if we can get just dumb luck when the Coast Guard shows up.
Does that sound like a guilty man to you? Right, now these are all American young men.
Well, I said that
incredible
last
young
week,
men.
Chicken Wing, or 2 weeks
And they did a
ago.
lot more than just that.
Listen to that
I won't
call,
go through
remember?
all of it now, but they did a lot of heroic things after the fact, and they did the best they could. And they tried for their dear friend. All of their actions are the actions of innocent men, not guilty men. And again, they are categorically, completely, and totally innocent. All right, but that's not the end of it. I'll say this again. If you lied, you won't be able to hide. If you lied, you won't be able to hide. And you're going to be held accountable. And if you lied about these fine young men, these good Ocean Springs people, you're going to be held accountable. You're going to be sued. I tell you, there are going to be lawsuits because we have already identified some of the worst offenders. And it may have felt good for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like that girl in the Idaho 4 case that, you know, she went after, I think, a professor and pretended that they were in love with some kind of love triangle thing, and she's part of the killing of the girls. I mean, it's the stupidest thing in the world, and she wouldn't even back down. When the professor said, hey, you know, it wasn't me, she just kept going and going and going and going. And then she got sued. She lost, God, I don't even know, wasn't it millions or something? I mean, it was just ridiculous. These people.
In the moment, instant gratification, sugar high. They got their sugar high. But long after that sugar high wears off, they're going to find themselves in court. And it's going to be excruciatingly painful. The only thing I can say
Well, Toy area, you shouldn't go wandering around. Maybe that's the problem.
about that is it won't be quite as painful as what they did to Morgan, Jax, and Warren.
So Ed, I got one question for you, because the way you guys articulate the defamation, obviously, if someone puts out online lies, knowingly and intentionally do them, knowing that they're lies, in part, that's a part of the defamation. But is the racial component, because when someone goes out and says things without evidence, projecting that this was a racial encounter, is that a part of this defamation, or does that not count as far as your tactics on defending them or defending their honor, I guess, in this situation?
Well, one thing that we're never going to do is we're never going to speculate and we're never going to guess like some other folks who got their sugar highs and are sucking up all the oxygen in the room for now, and they'll have their day in court. But we can talk about what might motivate people. And I won't talk about any particular people because I am not inside their head right now. But
I mean, what's the total on that GoFundMe right now? I mean, I would imagine it's over $1 million. It was $600,000 like a month ago.
I can tell you that racism for profit is a major factor here.
Yeah, that's right. I just said
And
that.
we don't have to name names.
Trump.
But racism for profit,
Don Lemon.
generating outrage,
Don Lemon's a
outrage
racist, too.
for profit. In the end, it's all about money. And
my opinion, of course.
we don't even have to think about whether the racism that these people are talking about is real or fake or anything like that. It's racism for profit. And it's part of the motive.
I'm
But-
long enough, Toyeri, where you don't need to be watching.
When you have offenders who defame innocent young men, fine innocent young men, upstanding young men,
800,000, wow.
it might be a constellation of motives.
How much do you think would have been donated to that GoFundMe if the parents had met with the other parents and then listened to what the medical examiner said, and then the one that they hired, what they said, and then went, you know what, we think that this, he drowned somehow accidentally. They'd have nothing in there. I mean, they'd have maybe, 50,000 or something. But all of a sudden, they make it a big racial story about, these four, whatever number it is, these privileged white kids on a boat killed him and are covering it up. And so are the cops and everybody. It's lunacy, you guys. Pure lunacy. And they do it for the money. I mean, that's what the deal is here. I remember when we first covered this case, this is only the third time, but the first time we covered it, there was one of the stories that was out there. I think the parents were on, and I mean, I'm sure I've got it somewhere. Let's see. Maybe it's in this one. Let me see.
West tip of porn.
No, that's the sound of the. No, that's not it. There was an interview with the mother and the father. They were sitting there, and the mother said, the questioner asked her, "Hey, have you talked to any of the families?" And they go, "Well, the mother, some of the kids' parents have tried to contact me, but I just haven't called them back yet." Why not? I mean, let me ask you guys this: if you guys had a kid that was killed, and he died, however he died. When I say was killed, meaning, it sounds like murder when you say it that way, I guess. But you have a kid that dies, and he was hanging out with some friends prior to that. Wouldn't you just almost go out of your way to talk to the parents of those kids, and maybe even the kid too, on the phone, and get the answers that you're looking for? But if you're not looking for the answers, then it means that there's some other motive, either by somebody counseling you or yourself. Okay? So the bad actors here are not the boys. It's the other side and an entire movement of nut jobs yet again. It's sick. All right, guys, if you're late getting here, we're trying to get to $300, and then if you guys support my channel with $300, I'll donate $500 to a true crime related charity at the end of the show. And we're currently at 125. So kind of a long ways off, but I have faith that somehow we might get there. All right. I think I had more of the video.
Why would we call now? I'm going to warn anyone right now. Anybody who is thinking for 1 second about suing these fine young
Did we get past this part here?
men, these good Ocean Springs people, you're going to pay their...
You know what would be great is when I just come up with my pitch, that there's people that actually support the channel after that. It seems like lately when I do that, everybody just stares at the screen. But then when somebody sends in a random one, I'll match that one. But when I say it, there's no action. So I don't know how to word it better than I'm wording it, but if you guys could help support the channel, that would be great. Thank you.
Attorney's fees. You're going to lose. You're going to get annihilated. You're going to get crushed. You have nothing. And here's the beauty of it. We know you have nothing because we actually have the evidence. We know what happened.
Yeah, I always tell people that when people accuse you of something, you can just go, you know what? I am in a position to know that you're an idiot. because I'm the person you're accusing, and I know what you're saying isn't true. And so that's what he's basically saying right here.
And I'll just say it like this. We have a pair of aces, and you have 2-7 offsuit.
So with all the negative that's going on, obviously there's been positive that I've seen that have come y'all's direction. I felt like when Warren came out and did the interview the first time, of course, a lot of people decided to say a lot of negative things, but then there's a tremendous amount of people that were very supportive and thankful that they had a chance to hear the other side. So what are y'all's thoughts and feelings on the other side of this, where people have been supportive? You know, kind of what are your thoughts on that? What have you experienced in that area?
I want to start off and just say that has helped us tremendously through this. One, mentally knowing that there are people on our side that are here to help and
I'm not really on anybody's.
and are actually helping.
I'm not on a side. I'm on the side of truth and reality. Like, I don't know these people. I'm not like you. I'm rooting. You know, you can just tell by all the information that's been put out that these kids have absolutely nothing to do with his death.
With the online stuff, and I want to say thank you to everybody who has made a video on the positive side of things and showing the actual facts and debunking a lot of false information and giving to the Gifts and Go. Yeah, that's another really big one. Thank you so much for that, giving to the Gifts and Go. That means a lot, more than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, Morgan.
I just want to say thank you to all the people out there.
They got 200,000 in there. I guess it's for attorneys.
Personally went through and looked at all the there's a prayer thing you can say a prayer on there, and I personally went through and looked at all the prayers, and I'm just really appreciative of all the people that I know that have our backs and have supported us through all of this. It's really helped us out.
That's great.
Obviously I want to give thanks to my friends and my family. Really appreciate it. I mean, it's
Let's see if we can get a challenge in here or something, you guys. I mean, obviously what I'm saying doesn't have any effect on anybody. So if somebody else out there can do a challenge, that'd be great. Thanks.
it's hard to get by every day without having a group of people behind you. And it really helps my friend and I's, especially like mental side of things, knowing that we have a community behind us that is willing to stand for us and stand for the truth. And, we can't thank them enough. Like, seriously, with, like Morgan said, the prayers and just even the money and the gifts and go. It's a blessing from the Lord. And, we can't thank everybody enough. Seriously, it's been more than enough. So
Ed, what are your thoughts on this? I know you see the outpouring of support for the boys. I know that obviously with your credentials, you're taking on this case, which is a huge undertaking, representing multiple young people, and this with so many people that you have mentioned that could be possibly going to get sued in this. So what would you like to say to the people about this?
Well, the most important thing is that these three outstanding young men who are completely innocent are worth standing behind. It's worth standing behind them. It's worth supporting them, because these three gentlemen here, they're going to go out into the world and they're going to do incredible things for society, right? These are three young men who want to help people and who are going to help people. They're just wonderful souls, wonderful human beings. So if you want someone to support, if you're looking for someone to support, and if you're looking for people who tell the truth,
like me, yeah.
And like evidence, and
you know what he's saying? It's like what he's saying is a perfect pitch for my channel. Like that's what he's saying. Hey, if you want to support people that actually tell you the truth and reality, then do that.
Common sense.
Common sense.
You should support these guys.
Right. There you go.
Not the other guys who traffic in lies.
Yeah. Did you hear that right there? But see, that's the struggle I have every single night. I'm one of the only channels that tells people the truth, and every night I have to scratch and claw to get you guys to support the channel, and it just sucks, okay? These other clowns go out there, put out completely bullshit information on a daily basis, and everybody gloms onto it and loves it and supports them with reckless abandon. Over here, not so much.
All right, now there's a Give, Send, Go page, right? Those donations are very important. We have an incredible legal team. I'm very, very privileged to be working with Tyler Cox, called Cox, right? Is that right? So, but we're going to be bringing powerhouse lawsuits, absolutely powerhouse. But, right, it does require support, and any support is greatly appreciated. But there are also things that people can do that have nothing to do with money. All we're asking people to do is embrace reality, embrace common sense, and don't give in to your worst impulses. Do the research.
What are you talking about, Chicken-Wing?
Read. Look at the evidence, right? Start judging credibility. And look at the respective motivations, the motives on both sides, right? On one side, you have some...
They're just kids that were on July 4th hanging out, partying, and Nolan Wells is a black person that was friends with them. They're all just friends. They're all part of a friend group. I hate that word. And he wanted to stay behind on the island, and the other kids left, and they had boat trouble, called, and there's thousands of people there. And then Nolan sort of disappeared, and the next day he was floating in the water, and all indications are that he drowned.
Folks who maybe are not motivated by such great things. But what we have on our side and why you should support us, one word for you. My favorite word, which is virtue. We've got virtue. All right? We've got the honesty. We've got the integrity. Right? We're doing the right thing here. Honesty, integrity.
I'm not sure where they got this attorney,
That's us. Honesty, integrity, and the...
Hey, thank you, Kathy Ratcliffe. All right. Appreciate it. Is that one part of the challenge? Seems like that was outside of the challenge. So we got Haley has a challenge for 5. If you guys give 5 memberships out there, then she'll match those 5. I don't think Kathy was responding to Haley's challenge, is what I'm saying. But thank you. So anyways, we need 5 people out there to donate $5 or gift a membership. And then Haley, who just did the challenge, will donate 5 all by herself. 5, $25 worth. So that should make a decent difference there. If we get that done, we'll be at, sort of on our way to getting to the 300. We'll be over like, 50, 60 something percent.
Truth. And those are very high.
Yeah, thank you. Kathy Ratcliffe. That was very nice of you there. Thank you. And there's Cheryl Bullock. So we need 3 more. Cheryl Bullock. Thanks, Cheryl Bullock. What's weird is I don't even know what 90% of you guys look like. If I saw you walking down the street, I wouldn't be able to say, oh, hey, there's so-and-so. But you'd all be able to see me and say, oh, I know Gray. All right, we need 3 more of those, you guys. Let's try to do that real quick. I guess that we'd be at... yeah, we'd be about... well, I guess I'll have to do the math later. All right, guys, we need 3 more. So this is the part. It's like, come on, we're trying to get to the 300. So we've got Kathy Ratcliffe, but she just did that on her own. But we got Wild Bill, Cheryl Bullock, and we need 3 more of you to donate $5, and then that'll kick in Haley's challenge of 5. All right.
Virtues, and that's why you should support these incredible young men.
Well, thank you guys for agreeing to do an interview. I really, the purpose, and I think you guys can agree to this or lament to it, that the purpose is just to get the message out there. I'm not an investigator in this case. I've done this for a living for a very long time. I know when people are lying and when they're not. And I want the world to know the only reason I'm even willing to talk to you guys is because you've shown through evidence that you've shown me and also through your character that you guys are trustworthy and you're at least in good faith telling me your side of the story. And so I just want to say thank you guys for doing the interview.
Yeah, that was cool. Good job, Officer Tatum. You can go watch him uninterrupted over there. But yeah, you got a good interview there. Let's see what this one is. I think they've been interviewing different people. I'm not really certain about that attorney, though. He seems a little, just sort of, I don't know, like my cousin Vinny-ish, you know. Except he won, so, in that movie. An attorney representing 3 friends who, not sure what's going on with that pop-up. An attorney representing friends who were with Nolan Wells before he vanished from a large July 4th party in Mississippi say the teens do not deserve the scrutiny they have faced in the aftermath of Wells' death. Warren Hudson, Jack Spatalo, and Morgan Seymour, who were with Wells and an 18-year-old college student and athlete on July 4th, previously joined a fundraiser to help them defend against potential lawsuits and pursue claims of slander and libel amid intense online scrutiny and speculation about the case. Now the teens' attorneys have told local media that they are planning to pursue defamation lawsuits against people who they say are making slanderous and libelous comments about the trio. You guys, we still need 2 more up there to match Haley's challenge. What's the difficulty? Let's try to get there. Thank you. On August 7th, attorney Tyler Cox and Edward Andrew Palzik, who represent Hudson, Batalo, and Seymour, traveled to Horn Island, where Wells seems to have vanished in plain sight over a month earlier as part of their own investigation. In a statement to People on August 9th, Palzik and Cox said their 3 clients are completely innocent young men. Each of them love Nolan Wells as a brother, and each are haunted to the cores of their souls by Nolan's tragic death. Right there. Anyways, I'm not going to keep reading that. I just think it's so obvious. This is just one of those sort of racially ginned up cases by Crump and all the wackos who do this every single time. You know, here's what's weird is these black activists do not care when a black person is killed by a black person. They don't care when a black person kills a white person. What they care is, the only time they care about is if a black cop or a black person kills a black person, or a white person kills they only care if a white cop shoots a black person or a white person shoots a black person. Then all of a sudden it's a huge case and everybody turns it into this racial component and it's a big cover-up and it's just sick, you know? Absolutely sick as hell. Every single weekend in Chicago you got like 20 black people getting killed by other black people. Where's the outrage from these people? You know? It's just crazy. Hey, you guys, is there any chance? We just need 2 more people to donate $5 to get to Haley's challenge, and that'll get us closer to the goal of $300, and then I'm going to donate $500 to a true crime-related charity tonight. Is there any chance you guys can do that? It seems ridiculous that I'm having to spend time trying to, what do you call it? You know, like babysit the challenge to try to get it done. It's so obvious and simple, you know? So can we do that, please? Thank you. Yeah, I think it's an absolute accident. You know, they just found absolutely no marks on his body at all, and it's consistent with drowning. You know, and he stayed behind. The friends had left. I mean, it's like these people there's not even a shred of information to stand on. Yeah, and the city probably, right, isn't that crazy, Timothy? If it was the other way around, there wouldn't have been a settlement. Like if a black cop killed a white person, there wouldn't be a settlement. You know, it's just the perception of racism. You have to pay for it, you know. All right, guys, we need one more of those. Good night, Wild Bill Wassman. Who's going to be the final one to kick in Haley's challenge? I mean, she might have already gone to bed. It's been so long. Yeah, it sucks, you know. The Kanika Jenkins case didn't have... Well, they tried to, you know, start claiming that these different white people walking around in the hotel were responsible. Yeah, I remember that. This is just so classic right here. And it turns... And so here's the thing. It won't matter if the final medical examiner report says that it looks like he died from drowning and there's no other elements. They aren't going to believe it. They're just going to continue. They're going to say it's a cover-up by the medical examiner. Ah, Jesus, you guys. Yeah, what do you mean? That's not suspicious. Yeah. There's nothing suspicious about that. You want it to be suspicious. He probably thought, well, I might lose this. Maybe I'm going to go swimming. So, you know, he stayed behind and he'd catch up with them later, you know, and didn't want to lose his keys or his phone or whatever. You know, people can pretend something is suspicious because they want it to be. See, everybody always does that. Something just doesn't add up here. Hallelujah! Look at Chicken Wing. After 30 minutes, somebody finally got to the fifth one. And this doesn't bode well for even reaching the goal at the end, given how absolutely ridiculously slow that was. So it's going to be very difficult to reach the goal at the end. Let's see. Yeah, because we're still... well, hold on. I got to do the math after... I guess it'd be... let's see, 110... Yeah, we'd still need 115 after that. Goes one way. Yeah, and Timothy Cecil's black, okay? He's telling you the truth here. You know, he says, great, it only goes one way. If a white person is shot by a black cop, nothing happens. There's no coverage, nothing. It's like, yeah, next. Yeah, right. Yeah, and you know these little news people are sitting around going, okay, ooh, there's a cop shooting? Okay, what color was oh, he was a black cop, yeah. That doesn't fit. Yeah, any other stories? Okay, let's wait till the next one, okay. Wait a minute, okay, there's a white shooter. The cop's white. Now what color was the guy he shot? Oh, he's black? Hallelujah! Run to the presses, everybody! Hurry up! You know, it's the sickest shit you've ever seen, and yet what I just said is true. What in the hell is going on? Hey, thanks, Haley. All right. Well, there's been 5 people killed in Chicago this weekend. Okay, were any of the victims black and the shooter was white? No, they weren't. Okay, let's wait till next month. How many people were killed in Chicago this week? 27. Were any of the shooters white of those 27? Yeah, no, there wasn't. Next week. How many people? Oh, there's 15 this. Oh, okay. Was there any white? Well, there was one. Ah, run over there. Hurry up. Hurry up and run over there because the one with the. God, these people. It's disgusting. And when I say these people, I'm referring to the baiters out there. Come on, you know that was right on the money, wasn't it, Timothy Cecil? Come on. Oh yeah, we're 105 remaining, you guys. So yeah, not too bad though, since that's half the show. That means we're ahead of schedule, so maybe we can somehow do it. Hey, thanks, Carson Hockey Fan Club for the buck. Yeah, no, it's just wild. It's absolutely. You know what would be incredible, you guys? Trick the media, and then call it a tip, and say, hey, there was this black guy killed by a white person, and they run over there, and you go, oh, actually it wasn't. It was two, and all of a sudden they pack their gear up and they get the hell out because it just wasn't the story they wanted. Right, there's probably somebody said a while ago that maybe they got one of those currents, riptide out there. Well, it's not. You don't have to hope for anything. The Lady Cara, it is an accident. Okay, he has no marks on him. There was nothing on it, no visible marks of any kind that would show that he was in an altercation or was choked or strangled or anything like that. And he had water in his lungs, so he drowned. If somebody held him down, there'd probably be marks on him, all kinds of stuff. I mean, I guess you can't rule anything out until, somebody says something, but these kids here don't have anything to do with anything. You know what I'm saying? Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how us as a society let this stuff keep going. It's just sick, And what the worst part is you get so many black people just totally ginned up, and they're so, oh my God, because they're listening and seeing the faces of people like Don Lemon who have that little, okay, right, yeah, here's another 50, yeah, Don Lemon, yay. And it's garbage what he's putting out. Absolute garbage. Hey, we got some jewels. I don't know what jewels are actually worth, but I mean, I thought they were, I don't know. I have no idea. Thank you, guys. Crystal the Lioness and Carson Hockey Fan Club. Let me type in on Google, what is 650, or what are 650 jewels worth on YouTube? And the answer is, let's see, convert for a creator into about, okay, on YouTube, 650 jewels costs a viewer roughly $6.50 to purchase in bundles, and they convert for a creator into about 325 rubies, which are worth $3.25. Wow, so half? YouTube gets half of that? Man, well, that's worse than the super chats. Let's see. Let's see, what is it going to say here? I said, so YouTube, yes, practically speaking, YouTube effectively keeps half, about 50% of the revenue, but they do it structurally rather than via a flat fee. Instead of taking a set 50% split out of the standard pool of money, YouTube uses a dual currency system. A fan spends roughly $1 to buy 100 joules. The creator receives rubies at a 2-to-1 exchange rate. Wow, Jesus, man, that's terrible. Yeah, I mean, super chats are a 30% YouTube keeps. So yeah, man, that's ridiculous. I guess I didn't know that. But thanks for sending those in anyways. I didn't really know. Somebody told me something different a while ago. But I think they were pretty accurate though. They said 1,000 joules would be worth $5, even though it costs you 10. Man, that's wild. Why would they do that? Stupid. Now, they are kind of new. But yeah, I mean, if you guys just send super chats in for the same amount, the channel gets 20% more. So, yeah, there's super stickers. They're still out there, aren't they, the super stickers? Aren't they? Yeah, they're still there. Right there. Weird. All right. Anyways, let's. Do we have any more to say about this one, or I can switch over to the Kohberger documents. There was one that looked pretty interesting. I mean, they're probably all pretty interesting, but these are ones that are the documents on the court site. Lisa let me know. She checks every day. And it's on like back in, I mean, it's not, I don't even think it was this year. It was 2025 or 4 or something, but you scroll down, there was 5 of them sitting there. And these are ones that were hidden. Yeah, so we still need 105 to get to my challenge. If we get to 300, I'll donate $500 to a true crime related charity. That means, and because of the 70%, the channel gets 210, and I'll be donating 500, which is 290 more from me. And to get back the 500, the channel would have to actually bring in $750. So there you go, or something like that. Maybe 7. Let's see. I don't even know how to do the math on that one. Thanks, Whiskey Boots. No, they can't make moving emojis. How old are you, Chicken Wing? Do you mind me asking? I don't even know. I mean, I don't even know what generation you're talking about. I have no idea. I know it's kind of a crazy question, but you said, my generation came up with that. And I was like, well, what do you mean? Everybody's the same, aren't we? Oh, you're probably one of the younger people that watch the show, Chicken Wing. Hey, thanks, Haley and Whiskey Boots. All right. Yeah, I think now we're 95 to go. There you go. All right, you guys want to? We're gonna do Kohberger now. I'm just telling you guys in the other, Nolan Wells. I think it's incredibly likely that it's going to turn out where there's no foul play. There's witnesses that saw him, and maybe some of the boats and everybody had already left. He's still there, and he was really drunk, so he probably didn't want to lose his phone or wallet or whatever the hell else he left on the boat. Walking around, why do you need? See, this is something that's different. Like on that island, why would you need your wallet or your keys? Your boat is your house, right? So it's like you would leave it there and then go, walking around. When would you use your wallet and your keys or your phone or whatever when you're out there on the island. I guess you could use your phone, but at the same time, you're drunk. Maybe you're going to go swimming. What would you do with the phone then? I don't know. It just seems like it's a little different. There's nothing suspicious about it. Uh-oh, something happened to whatever that message was. Received a gift membership by... Shit, hold on. I don't know what happened, but somehow Sandy removed the comment. That was the lady something. No, I don't know what comment she removed. I don't know. I can't see. You got any of you guys see it at all? I can't tell. Anybody know what that one said? One that she deleted? Shit. I think it's a intentionally racially ginned up case by people like Don Lemon and the like for, views, likes, subs, etc. and money. I mean, it's all about money. Like Crump is about money, and then everybody's sort of on the bandwagon of Crump, knowing that that's where it sells. But where you got like somebody like Officer Tatum, he usually is pretty reasonable about stuff. He sometimes gets into the conspiracy realm, but most of the time he lands on the rational logic, reason, common sense. I don't even entertain the conspiracy shit. So there you go. I thought you were going to be 106, Jim. Yeah, who cares about those people, Lisa? Does anybody watch it and think it's real? How do you even find out about those things? Let's see. I think this is the one I wanted to look at in the Kohberger case. It's talking about these, a doctor who visited Kohberger. Where was that part I thought was interesting down here? Was it down? I think it was down below this stuff here. Yeah, right here. It said Bryan so behavioral observations by the doctor. He said, Bryan engaged in direct test administration with me in a conference room in Ada County Jail in Boise, Idaho. And it says test administration was conducted across several days for several hours at a time. So, hey, thanks, Crystal, the Lioness. Hey, do you watch that show on, what's the name of that one? Paramount Plus? Lionesses, I love that show, man. That's so good. I mean, talk about like an all-star cast. I mean, my God, they have, who is it? I always forget the names of people for some reason. Who was Tom Cruise's ex-wife, the tall, red-headed girl? She's on there. Morgan Freeman's on there. It's crazy. Hey, thanks though for that. Yeah, Kidman, Nicole Kidman. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Test administration was conducted across several days for several hours at a time, aside from restroom breaks. Bryan requested specific time blocks in the middle of the day, generally 1 to 1.5 hours. to reportedly engage in recreation time or calisthenics, as he noted limited opportunity to engage in such behaviors that day if not performed during that specific time period. He did not want to break his routine. Bryan often discussed his preferred routine and his pronoun. No, I didn't say that. Routine and specific time frames in great detail, including frequently referring to things he needed to get done during the day. And then he said, cross-motor functioning. He said, notable for occasional subtle rocking of his upper torso. See, that sort of sounds like, like maybe a little autism there. While seated, often while engaging in cognitive tasks or listening to someone else. Multiple instances of pacing back and forth, waiting for correctional officers to retrieve him from the conference room when Bryan abruptly had to use the restroom. During these instances, Bryan communicated his perception that it was very urgent, that the urge to urinate crept on him, and that he was concerned he might not make it while waiting for jail staff. Jeez. And that says, on these occasions, Bryan provided no indication prior to such urgency that he needed to use the restroom. So just almost immediately, all I got to do is about. Bryan ambulated, meaning he walked independently. Given constraints of setting, I was not able to observe his gait. Okay, so who gifted a membership? Wisconsin Cat Mom. Thanks for gifting a membership up there. Somehow Sandy deleted the message, so I wasn't able to thank you. She always has a cat manipulating her cell phone. It's really weird. Yeah, I love Landman. Every movie that Sheridan guy, every show he does is good. I mean, it's like, Landman, I think it was Yellowstone, and then also Lioness. I mean, he's like, Landman, I think, is the best. I think it might be one of the best shows I've ever seen. Every single actor on there is phenomenal. There's no shitty anything. All the attorneys, plus, I mean, I don't think, he goes out of his way to pick women that are, like 12s on the scales. But the female attorney is so good. I mean, she gets in there and just, boom, shuts them all down every time. Only 4 people got them when you did 5? Huh, weird. Huh. Yeah, sometimes that happens in here. Not sure why. All right, and it said, notable for occasional subtle rocking of his upper torso while seated. Did we already do that one? Yeah. And then it says right hand dominant, notably on fine motor dexterity measure. Bryan moved his whole arm and repositioned his upper body slightly to manipulate the items effectively. Hands were observed to be red, chapped, and possibly swollen. Well, what date was this? What are you guys talking about? Oh, maybe he did something in... This must have been way later. Yeah, I mean... So there must be some other thing. Bilaterally during most sessions, worst on October of 2024. Oh, I should have just read the next sentence. On all mornings during December of 2024, and January of 2025 visits, he had used petroleum jelly on his hands prior to our visit. His hands appeared less swollen and less red during my January 2025 visit. Hey, thanks, Carson Hockey Fan Club. Yeah, maybe we'll do some at the end of the show again. I don't know. I don't mind listening to those 6 songs that we have. They're just so they're almost like perfect songs. They're in my head during the day, you know. Like today, the one that was in my head was the I think eyes below ears or whatever the hell it was. That one. Let's see. That's kind of weird about the hands there. Maybe he's just like punching, you know, he's boxing in his room against the wall. Let's see. Restricted range of facial expressions. Yeah, that's absolutely reality. Yeah, he doesn't, I've never seen him. If he smiles, it's like, whoa, what the hell was that? With stoic effect at baseline. Smiles were often slight. Though, see, like Kohberger, I think he smiles not because something was funny. It's because he knows that fits the situation. You know, something like that. Smiles were often slight, though were a few occasions of notable brightening. At times, smiles occurred in unusual, see that? In unusual or incongruent contexts. Exactly. See? He's sort of confused. He's inconsistent social smiling, usually absent. Did not smile at times when expected or during instances of humor, shared, enjoyment, and in fact, he often furrowed his eyebrows during more light conversation, which contributed to awkward engagement and incongruent nonverbal communication overall. Yeah. This is exactly how I pictured him. I bet a lot of you thought the same thing. There was no evidence of tearfulness, no overt indicators of anxiety or anger. Bryan verbally expressed mild frustration during my first visit in October of 2024 when an inmate was yelling during a portion of cognitive testing, which reportedly impacted his confrontation. Hey guys, if somehow somebody else does one challenge, we'll be, let's see, where are we at right now? We are at 2:30. So one challenge would make us 20 short, and then we kind of sneak in there right at the end. See if we can do it. Tearfulness, no overt indicators of anxiety or anger. Bryan verbally expressed mild frustration during my first visit in October 2024 when an inmate was yelling during a portion of cognitive testing which reportedly impacted his concentration. Some typical social behaviors was seen in Bryan's fairly consistent though intense eye contact, polite demeanor, and social conventions. Example, shaking hands upon greeting. Such behavior seemed like routinized or something, like he just did it. Bryan also made clear attempts to ask questions about others at times, but often the questions were about very specific details, like you have nice birthing hips. No, that doesn't say that, but that's what I popped into my head. That was, let's see, it wasn't a question, though. But often the questions were about very specific details of topics that have been discussed previously. On a few occasions, he made positive comments about my educational attainment. He was never overtly inappropriate. Frequent typical social behavior was evident in multiple respects, however, including lack of descriptive or emphatic gestures, atypical speech tone and cadence, awkward interaction, lack of fluidity, awkward delivery of humor at times. Example, carrying on with a joke longer than expected. Hell, maybe I'm autistic. You know, they tell me that. You know, the YouTubers go, that gray guy, I think he's autistic. Well, if I am, why do you keep making fun of me, man? I'm protected. Don't you understand, you assholes? You're making fun of me. All right. Hey, we might as well do it right now. Bryan Kohberger, eyes below below ears. Should we play it? Here it is. This song is about, but it's actually backwards, but it sounds better the way that they put it. Actually, I'll just read the rest of these first. Frequent atypical social behavior was evident in multiple respects. Lack of descriptive, emphatic gestures, atypical speech tone, awkward interaction, lack of fluidity, awkward delivery of humor at times, awkward comments. I had a lot of fun doing this. Inconsistent. Why is that awkward comment? Example, I had a lot of fun doing this. Doing the cognitive, the XX, he said. I don't think that's awkward. Inconsistent understanding, acknowledgement of humor, poor reciprocity of interaction, including very frequent refocus on conversation back on his own experiences or unusual responses to my sharing. Yeah. Those are the people you don't want to really talk to very much. Hey, thanks, Roger Smith. You know these type of people? You're telling your story. You're like, yeah, man, this one time, you know, I went fishing and I had this really big fish on, and then you look over at the guy you're talking to and they're like, yeah. And you know in their head they're just saying, get done with your story because I got one that I'm going to tell that's better than the one that you just told, and they don't hear a freaking thing that you said. You know how you can tell at the end is when they right when you're done with yours, they go, yeah. You know what, that reminds me of the time when no follow-up questions, no nothing. They just go straight to their story. Those are the people you don't want to talk to very much. You know what I'm saying? They don't really give two shits about what you're talking about. All right, anyways, inconsistent understanding, acknowledgement of humor, poor reciprocity of interaction, including very frequent refocus. Yeah, we did that one. Unusual observations he made during testing, occasional intense gaze, fluent, clearly articulated and appropriate in rate and volume. Speech was monotone. Speech was monotone overall, but with episodic unusual inflection. Generally appropriate in content and form, with no grammatical errors. However, language was often over-inclusive and disorganized. Language was highly repetitive, with frequent scripted phrases, most often used as transitional statement. Example, objectively speaking, mind you, to be fair, moral of the story, or in test responses, extensive vocabulary. Language was overly formal and very often metaphorical or philosophical throughout sessions. Appeared intact, no evidence of difficulty understanding me. Thanks, Roger Smith. So now we need, basically, if we got 13 more channel memberships, we'd reach that goal. Okay. And then I'll donate $500 to a true crime related charity. So the comprehension is what appeared intact. Attention, highly distracted by sound or activity in the environment. I don't know if that's like it when he was, in the house when Xana came up. Numerous instances when he appeared not to be listening to instructions requiring repetition. Weakness in self-monitoring of his own responses on verbal tasks. Concentration appeared most notably impacted during a timed visual matching measure due to an external distraction resulting in spoiling of the subtest. Impulsive tendencies throughout evaluation. Example, attempted to begin tasks early or turn pages himself. Man, see, wow, what's weird is I think I could take this and explain. See, Kohberger goes in there. He's probably really routine. He's got a plan. He goes in there to kill Madison Mogan. And then these other things happen. Xana comes up there, and first of all, the first thing was that Kaylee was in the bed too. So then he gets so angry that you disrupted my plan, and he just kills viciously both of them. And then Xana shows up, and now he's even more mad. God, you screwed it up, because he's got to have everything exactly the way he wants it, and he gets really irritated. And then he chased her down there, and that's why he was in so much rage, because they screwed up his immaculate plan that he had. Hey, thanks, Anne-Marie. Thought process is generally goal-directed, but often his thought process appeared over-inclusive. At times, he insisted on telling a more elaborate build-up to his main point. He could be disorganized, but generally circled back to his point and told me if I interrupted his trajectory, insisted he be able to continue. He interpreted instructions literally at times, leading to numerous questions and a need for clarification as well as apparent confusion about how to answer some items. Yeah, it says, being organized doesn't suck. It's being like obsessive about it. That's what sucks. Let's see. Perseverative ideation was evident in multiple respects as Bryan often carried on about topics in a more circular manner than expected, fixated on the routine or timing of breaks and procedures. See? He needs everything just the way they're supposed to be. And I guess it's just persevered on wanting. It doesn't say that. It says perseverated. Never seen that word in my life. On wanting to know results of the testing. Rigid thinking and behavior were also evident in multiple instances, particularly related to time frames, routine, and length of breaks. See? This actually here is the blueprint of what the hell happened in that house. Like why he was so, no acute delusional ideas of distortion of reality, but some unusual thinking processes were noted. Bryan also displayed hypervigilance in his current situation and when referencing past situations. Overall good insight was overall poor, though with moments of fleeting acknowledgement when explicitly challenged to consider his role in certain situations. Not sure what's in this stuff. All right, you guys, who's going to do a challenge in here? If we get one challenge, we'll only be $10 short, and then we'll easily be able to get there. But we're in that zone where it slows down, and we might not get there. I've seen it. Deficits in social awareness. I'm not sure. Let me just see. I haven't even looked at what was in most of these. There's one that had some of like Dylan and Bethany's comments. Oh, this is DNA stuff. Othram DNA. Assuming so, this is Othram. That's the. No, only short 70 centimorgans. That's terrible. Yeah, 8th great grandparent level or closer. Yeah. I'm not sure what their DNA, and then it says Othram Incorporated, most recent common ancestries, DNA match, 1842, and, oh, those are years. I'm not sure. This is based on DNA analysis in conjunction with genealogy research. The recommended next steps are DNA reference testing. So this actually has the Othram Labs stuff in there. That's who the FBI got it from. Hey Jim, this isn't a dating app. What part of the country do you live in? You know where you're heading there. DNA match, DNA profile. Yeah, let me just kind of scroll through these. Maybe there's interesting stuff in there also. Yeah, it sucks when they finally give you the docs and then they're all redacted, every bit of it. Huh. On November 29, 2024, a special agent of the FBI Salt Lake City requested a forensic examination to be conducted on the submitted digital evidence. This is a follow-up request. That was weird. It said something about, like, Pennsylvania. Man, don't you guys want to see the arrest video at some point? That's like gold. Whoever has that thing, that's crazy. Yeah, so this is the one that talks about the Bethany Funk, and I think this is about excited utterances. Not really that interesting. But I thought that one part would be interesting regarding the, what the doctor observed of Kohberger. Yeah, you got the Ancient Aliens guy on there. But hey, guys, we are $60 short of reaching the 300. And then I'll donate $500 to a charity out of the income from the channel. All right, so if all of you combined could do something, we could easily get there. It shouldn't be too difficult. Bryan Kohberger, the man whose ears are below his eyes, referred to as above.
At homes in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street.
Yeah, we just need one challenge, but we're not getting one.
Polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes.
It's kind of funny, the whole song.
Passing in daylight with pockets of teeth. Kindness that lingers with a cold in its hold. Echoes of stories that grow darker when told. Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars, a skin deep charm hiding rusted bars. You feel it before you name what you fear, a crooked detail that suddenly sticks clear. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Mark the small truths that the panic nears.
We're just doing a
They
quick
learn
break.
how to kneel and how to bow just right. Speak like a guardian in the hush of the night. They glide through families with practiced regret, wearing concern like a hand-me-down silhouette. Listen to laughter that trembles and strains. Notice the hush where the warning remains. Old stories whisper where the new lie steers. Follow the sign where the silence clears. Little betrayals tucked in a grin. Patterns repeat where the danger begins. A pulse at the throat, a chill in the ears. Truth's baby step closer, dismissing the years. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Hold to the line where the safety disappears. We teach the children to name every name, to trust their skin, to call out the game. When instinct speaks loud, let the room come alive. Pull the curtains and let the old lies die. Fingers pointed at the smallest detail. Quiet courage in the face of the tale. One small voice can unravel the gears of the hidden mouth and the lowered ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Gather the light when the night draws near. Keep watch by the threshold and sharpen your sight. We name what we fear and we bring it to light.
There you go. That's the Kohberger. His lower ears. They said it right one time in there, but the chorus is backwards. But I don't think it would sound good if they didn't do it the way they did it. It should be eyes, or ears below eyes. They do say that at some point in the song, but I think it's pretty good. But hey, you guys, we're still $60 short of reaching the goal. I've mentioned it, I don't know, 15 times now. So if we had one normal challenge that we have in here where somebody says, hey, I'll donate 5 memberships if 5 different people just do one, we'd be just $10 short. But or just if people would support the channel, that would work. But we're not. We always have these long periods where it's not happening. Yeah, that's what a challenge is, Crystal. I mean, it's just a way to get to a goal, or the challenge, or challenges get to the goal, help get to the goal. Does that make any sense? Anyways, you know what's weird is whenever you play the music or something for just 5 minutes, you get like 30 people leave. I mean, what a bunch of losers. How about you just sit there for a couple of minutes and, you know, do something different, you know? It's crazy. Yeah, it wouldn't rhyme as well. It wouldn't sound as good. Yeah, it wouldn't have sounded as good if it said eyes above ears. Yeah, the below part sounds better. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what you can't. The problem is you can't edit it and then have it sound the same. You know, it's just you got like one shot at it. So is that it? We're not going to do it, you guys? Man, I thought we were on the run, on a roll to get there. It's just all of a sudden now it's not looking good. Anyways, I keep, you know, in the Nancy Guthrie case, I keep hearing all these different, you know, these people, they go on and, I don't know, they get way more viewers than I get covering it. And I don't understand. When I watch them, it's so frustrating. It's just, you know, you can see how they're alluding to the person being like a family member or something. And sure, I mean, it's always possible there's something like that, but they seem to have ruled out that a while ago. Now, I don't know if the FBI ruled them out, but they seem to have. Are you guys even here? I mean, there's no chatting. Crystal gave the thumbs up, you know, 2 minutes ago now at this point. Ah, man, I think it's going to be time to bail for the night. Now we're down to 130 people. We had 160. You played one song to get the hell out. And it's like nobody's chatting. That's the time to end it. Yeah, they go over the same thing. I mean, I don't have a lot of new stuff to go over myself. I just say what I think is, you know, I think the information that I bring up on here is the most likely. See? Hey, thank you, Crystal the Lioness. Hey, look at that. That gives us, if we just had a challenge, one challenge, we'd actually get there. Thank you, Crystal the Lioness. Oh, that's okay, Jim. Don't worry about it. I don't know what that means, Liam. Sorry, Gray, gone outside. What does that mean? You went out? Oh, that you weren't commenting? Yeah, I mean, it just, sometimes it's weird in here. You know? Lately. Nah, can't really stick any. I'd like to get to the goal that I set for the night, and then we'll donate the 500, and then we can think of doing music. All right? I think I tried that. It didn't seem to work very good, Jim. You know, it's kind of like. The brother? What does he have to do with anything? He was like a pilot in the Air Force. I don't think he would do that. Oh, look at that. We got, it's not too late, Phyllis. You'll be the one that gets us right to the number along with everybody else who contributed during the night. Because I'm trying to get to 300, which is just our normal nightly goal. And then I'll donate $500 to, we'll do a poll and see where you guys want to send it. I mean, we could send it again to that DNA fund that the Gonzalez are doing, you know. Hey, look at that. Haley. Oh, wow, I guess it's already been done. And Crystal the Lioness. Thank you. Do you watch that show, Crystal? Lioness? Hey, boom, all right. Now, let's see. Maybe we'll just do the, we haven't given to, like, I don't know. Which one haven't we done more recently? Rain or Texas Equisearch or NCMEC? Yeah, I wouldn't mind giving to them again. You know, Gonzalez and them. That's called, let me see if I can try to remember it in my own head. Something about like naming. Oh, DNA has a name, right? Is that right? I think that's right. Oh, right. Something like that. Yeah, DNA has a name. Right? Isn't that something? Isn't it just like that? What's the name of that? Murder has a name. Okay. Okay. That was close. I like DNA as a name too. That sounds kind of cool. Thank you, Phyllis Watson and Haley and Crystal the Lioness. What did she say to that? Oh man, you gotta. Oh, you said that. Yeah, why don't you go watch it? You just start on season 1, and it's freaking pretty good. There it is. It's kind of a cool website. Alright, I'll just have to... I think it should end up going there. Huh. I can just... It's cool how they already have it kind of set up in there. Oh, there we go. We just, I guess it was that easy. I think. Thank you for your donation. Now let's see if it shows up in my email. I don't know. Yeah, there it is. Right there. It just came in. August 12th, 2026. 500 to the Kaylee Gonzalez Foundation. Murder has a name. Boom chakalaka. All right, you guys. Very cool. There we go. We did it. And now we got to update the full number again. They have it where it's so easy to do, man. That's how everybody should do it. It's just right there. You know? I'm trying to find the page. Where the hell is it? There it is. This one. All right. So now we are at 300 and 5,112 since January of 2020. And this year we are at 25,000 on the dot. Not too bad, not too bad, huh? Boom. There we go. Thanks, freaks. Boom. So tonight was, you guys did 210 after YouTube. You did 300, but YouTube takes 30%. So it's like 210, and then I did 290. And so there you go. And then, oh, thanks, Marty out there. Yeah. I knew that they were getting married. Yeah, we should be more excited about what our DNA fund is doing, Lisa. Let's see. We got our torso case is being sent to the lab. She sent me another text today. They're sending it to a specific lab. It should be 3 weeks, but it's looking good. And then that's when it gets uploaded to GEDmatch, and they start doing their genealogy on it. So there you go. Yeah, well, that's the one that matters. You know, that's what we do. Let's see. Thanks, Haley and Crystal, for meeting the challenge. Yeah, that was cool. You guys, you know, it's weird when we get challenges or somebody else, boom, then we make it somewhere. But when we just all sit there and it's like I don't know, just malaise almost. It's just so hard. You always use awkward words, Liam. You ever notice that when you're in here? I always think you're like right on the verge of a troll. I identified one from yesterday and they've been removed. That Lee, whatever the hell their name was. Yeah, that person's gone. They tried to sit there and go, oh, that AI, they plagiarized the song. It wasn't even close. Like, yeah, I mean, the word about stone in your mouth, that's actually what poets use. Yeah, it's like it's there, and there was nothing else that was similar in there. He goes, oh, they plagiarized it, and then you're the one that's going to get in trouble. They put the comment in there. And then I looked, their account was created, I don't know why none of you guys, but it was created in April this year. Here, I'll tell you what it says. She said, well, let's see, the torso data is at Astria this morning. It looks good. Should be 3 weeks or so to get results. And that's the case that, let's see, I think it's Torso, Indiana, maybe. Oh man, it's gotta be down here somewhere. There it is, Indiana torso case. Yeah, it's 1974, so that's pretty cool. But like they found torso. Remember, like his legs and arms were found somewhere. Then they ended up burying him in this cemetery right here. And that's like, it's in Indiana, out in the middle of nowhere, really. It's not close to anything. Terre Haute over here, and then he was buried in this cemetery right here. And then there wasn't any information. They didn't know what grave he was in because it was unmarked. So the detective sent me, he showed me, they sent me a photograph of in the paper of them doing the ceremony. So I used the trees and the house and the background and so forth, and then found the location, a general location where the grave was at the cemetery. And they went out there and dug around in that area, and then boom, there it was. That was pretty cool. So I actually helped them find the coffin that the torso was put in. And I don't think they ever found the head and hands or something. And so then they exhumed the body, and then we finally there's a lot of bacteria in the bones and whatnot, but I think they've extracted DNA, and they've sent the DNA off to a lab to then be put into GEDmatch to determine who this person was. Obviously, they were probably killed by somebody else. Normal bodies don't just sort of, it's hard to lop off your arms and then your head after you've already lopped off your arms. Or it's also very difficult to lop off your arms after you've already cut off your head. So all those things are really difficult to do on your own, so I would assume that this person was killed by somebody else. Well, that's not necessarily true, Gray. Maybe they were just trying to hide the body. Oh, jeez. Let's see. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, so anyways, they're saying in 3 weeks, I think they said it looks good, so we'll see. But, they got to be able to, it goes to the lab, they get the sequence, then they have to send it through bioinformatics. They create the raw data file that then is uploaded to GEDmatch. The same file that you would get from Ancestry DNA by spitting into a tube, sending it in, and then they give you a raw data file. But if you don't have that process, you have to create it sort of, they back-engineered how to make that and from just the sequence, and then are uploading it. After they get it, they'll upload it to GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. And what's the other one called again? Family Tree DNA, and it's the one I never can remember for some reason. Family Tree DNA and jeez. Heritage. There you go. My heritage. There you go. You unbubbled? What does unbubbled mean? Unbubbled? Unbubbled. Yeah. Anyways, should be kind of interesting to get that information. You get that, Phyllis Watson? There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to, cut off your own head when you don't have arms on, right? So let's say you took one axe and you chopped your arm off. Okay, now there's just your left hand with an axe, and then you chop your head off. Well, who cut off the other arm? Well, and if you cut off your own head, what mind can then control the arms to cut off it just doesn't make sense, you guys. A lot of you guys weren't around, but we did this whole thing a long time ago. We did this competition where it was whoever You know, there's people out there, they claim often, it seems like, that they chop a body up. Like, let's say you had a party and somebody died and you panicked and you chopped them up. Well, first of all, personally, I believe that anybody that has the ability to do that should be put in prison or a mental institution for 20 years. But we decided that it was so stupid, so we came up with this. To the theme of Rockabye Baby, you had to come up with a poem with the music Rockabye Baby of something like that. It was like it was actually really funny, the stuff that people came up with. You know, it was just I was da 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 da. Everybody did it. It was cool. I probably had like 20 submissions in that. And they'd have to call in and do their poem to the music. I know it's kind of morbid, but it was actually pretty funny at the time. I think Phyllis would have loved to do that. Yeah, very different than dressing a deer, yeah. What? Unless you're a veggie tail that you don't need, that doesn't even make any sense. Man, what does that even mean, man? Let's see. Yeah, that was fun. I don't even know where I'd find something like that. Where I put that. I remember the winner. Didn't they say something? It was Dan Carr. Isn't he the winner? Remember him? Yeah. Anyways, you know, the Guthrie case, I mean, I think it's an interesting case. It's just, everybody just keeps harping. It's not going to be true. Like, there's the retired detective guy that keeps covering this. He's going to be wrong, okay, all the way through it. But he'll probably claim that something was right. I don't know if he, maybe he has inside info or something, and so he's pretending to be investigatory. But where I am right now in that case is that there are, I think, probably two people who were young, maybe sort of inexperienced, but not nervous or anything. They're just like, they were just going to abduct Nancy Guthrie to try to get some money. So they went to the house. The guy removed, the other person's just sitting in the car as a lookout. The person you see in the surveillance footage at 1:47 removes the camera because a car that the other person has will be pulling up in a little bit. And then after that, after the camera was removed, that person then stood back and waited for 20 minutes, and so did the other person. And perhaps that's a walkie-talkie in the pocket that we see the antenna from, and they would communicate if somebody showed up. But nobody showed up, so they went around the back of the house and then propped open a door, and maybe, Nancy just would leave doors unlocked, or who knows how they got in. And then they went into the house and they, confronted Nancy probably between like 2:17 and 2:20. And then after they had her under control, they radioed the person in the car, who then pulls up into the front of the house. Then the person in the house takes Nancy out of the home, and, if something bumped her head or just something kind of minor, she's on blood thinners, and on the way out, she coughed up blood on the ground, and then on her own 2 feet was still walked down the path, put into the vehicle, and driven away. But because of her heart issues, she passed away that same morning, so this is at 2:30-ish, and so she passes away by let's just say 4 in the morning or something. She's not even alive. And so they have to, now they're just sort of like, God, what do we do now? We didn't even want to kill her. She's, we were going to just try to get some money put into our crypto account. So I don't. Yeah, why do you guys bring up his name? Who cares? Let me just tell my theory. Yeah, so they wanted to abduct, they wanted to get a ransom out of it. And so they then communicate, even though she's dead, they go, wow, we got to do a Hail Mary. Yeah, that's right, the watch was on the ground, we broke that light. So they write this message. Maybe they already had it pre-written. That's why it's at the very end where they had to add that other part. But they were really harsh in there, trying to get Savannah to quickly send money in. But that didn't work. And so so that was sent out on the 2nd, then on the 3rd, TMZ got the same one. And then on the 4th, Savannah and the brothers and whatnot said, and all the siblings were like, hey, we need more proof. We need more proof of life. And then they realized that they weren't going to be able to give that proof of life. And on the 6th, they sent in the second note that was really just saying, hey, we didn't realize how sick she was. We didn't intend to kill her. She just passed away. We think it was heart related. We're really sorry. Nothing you could have done would have helped. And it was just to sort of clear their own conscience because they felt bad about it, but also tried to alleviate some of the pain that Savannah might have felt by not sending in the ransom note. And then they sent it in. And then we get a response from Savannah and the siblings the next day saying, hey, we understand, we understand, what you're saying. We just need to know where she is, and we're willing to pay you money so that we can have peace by knowing, by having her body and being able to bury her properly. And then they never heard anything back from that. So then recently they tried to attempt to appeal to the same sense, the side of that person who did that, right? They tried to appeal to the same side of the person who was apologetic, etc., by saying, hey, God, you can still make things right with God. Everybody has bad life and everything. You tried to do the right thing once, and that's what that was about. And then you might say, well, hey, the ransom notes aren't even real. Well, the FBI has told us that they believe that they're real because they've investigated the case as a kidnapping for ransom, and I would say even a ransom that went wrong, since the beginning of the case. And the only reason that they would do a kidnapping for ransom case is if they actually had the ransom note itself that they believe was genuine. And so there you go. There you have it, you guys. That's it. We can sit there and nuance the living shit out of this case over and over and over and over and over again. But I think those are the clear sort of factual elements. Now, the two people thing, I don't know. Ding 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 ding. I think they fumbled. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think the fumbling around affected the case at all in this case. That guy went in there with a balaclava on, gloves, completely sealed up. He went in there, and I just don't think he left anything. Very little of anything at all, if there was ever anything. And I just don't think. Yes, they bumbled up. They released the crime scene to the family too early. But it's not like people started, walking all around inside the house People were outside, sure, walking down the driveway, you know. I mean, he knew that he wasn't going to be recognized on that camera. He didn't care that he was being filmed on that camera. He just removed the camera because a car that could be identified was going to be pulling up there. Yeah, I just don't think it has any effect on the case, though, Crystal. I mean, everybody gives the sheriff, you know, they spend their whole shows talking about how shitty the sheriff is, as if somehow that's going to help advance solving the case. You know? Yeah, it just doesn't matter. Like, the case wouldn't be solved if, regardless, it's the same condition. There's no surveillance footage that they might have some, just lights or something like that. But I think that's where they're at. I guess you could say, well, we'd never know if they'd done it. You know, I don't know. Who knows? That's bad, Jim. You took out Dan years ago? Yeah, he actually had some crazy, like, eye thing. You know, like he was swimming in a lake and some parasite or something got in his eye, and I think they had to take out one of his eyes or something. It was really shitty. I mean, I think that's kind of what he disappeared because of that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the sheriff is good. Like, I think he's way in over his head, but I just feel like, you know, the DNA labs that they picked are also top of the line. They know what they're doing. It's not like he just sent it to Bob's DNA factory. Right, Haley? Trying to get Haley to chuckle a couple times in the background. Yeah, it was kind of shitty. What was that funny thing that he came up with? It was a line, something about cooking. What's that? What was it? Something about like cooking. It was something in a pot. Oh yeah, a watched pot never boils. He said, a watched pig never. What did he say? A watched pig never boils. Colleen Fitzpatrick thought that was the funniest thing she'd ever seen. It was something like that, right? You guys remember that one? Yeah, we've never donated to Bob's DNA factory yet. So what do you think there, Crystal the Lioness? Do you think, like, all the different shows out there that just sit there and keep trashing the sheriff, or is it going to help something? Or is it just like there's nothing else to talk about, so that's just what they do? Yeah, no, it was a watch. Yeah, watched pig never boils, is what he said. Yeah. I don't think this, you know, and then like the secondary theory would be something like that there is a mastermind who's connected to the family somehow. And that's why they would write that second note. See, the second note to me has always been a huge deal because that's so out of character for a true hardened criminal kidnapping for ransom to write the second note. It also doesn't make sense for a psycho who was trying to inflict maximum, you know, punishment or, you know, feelings or whatever you want to call it on Savannah. It doesn't make sense to write that second one. It doesn't. It actually tried to make him feel better, you know. So that doesn't make sense, you know. So it's just kind of weird. That's what it said. Yeah. You still there, Crystal the Lioness? Oh yeah, it's like the. Yeah, he contradicted himself all the time early on. Yeah, I mean, remember he would say one thing and then on another show say something else. Yeah, it doesn't help or anything. It's just one of those things where it's like I almost want to turn every time I don't watch other channels, but like let's say I'm watching something and it pops up and it goes, oh yeah, that damn sheriff. I don't even watch anymore. Like I don't watch any of the Enton stuff when he starts talking about the sheriff because it's just absolutely irrelevant at this point. You know, if you want to, if you have on, the experts who are theorizing about the letters and whatnot, that's great. That's cool. But I think it's odd that so many people say, "Oh, those letters are fake." But how come? I mean, you're saying that you know better than the FBI if they're fake. That's weird because the FBI absolutely believes those are real ransom notes, and they have since the beginning. And they might word it like, well, they're possibly... No way, man. They believe they're real. That's why they've investigated the case as a kidnapping for ransom since the beginning. They know that they're real. They believe that they're... they believe strongly that they're real. I don't know if they can know that they're real. But they probably realize that there's nobody else out there that knew about the watch, the white smartwatch on the floor at the foot of the bed. Notice how it was smartwatch. If it was somebody that really knew them, they probably would have screwed up and said Apple Watch. It would have been more specific. They wouldn't have thought forward saying, well, if I say Apple Watch, they might think that I know them, because why would I look at they wouldn't. Nobody does that. Well, thank you for watching my channel, Haley and Lisa and everybody else who suffers through this. I know you guys don't like the part where I'm trying to raise the funds and the income on here. Because the thing is my channel relies on you guys. Unfortunately, I'm not in YouTube's algorithm on any case that's out there right now, because I'm just not, and I don't know the reasoning. Nobody knows why, so I'm sort of relegated to a situation where, if I get 200 people, it's like, wow, it's amazing, and then it still comes down to the people watching to keep us going. So fortunately I have some, there's really generous people out there that have helped out a lot and allowed us to keep on trucking along. And I also donate, thousands of dollars every single month, regardless, so I know that people don't like that Gray donates and, oh, you're donating other people's money. Well, no, they're supporting my channel, and then I donate money out of the income from the channel. You know what I'm saying? All right. Ashley and Bryan are upset because she made her look bad when his crew... Ashley and Bryan are upset because he made her look bad when his crew told her the brother-in-law was a suspect. Then he came out and said they were I don't think that was the... Has that come out that was the source? Because Ashley Banfield said it was a source that she had that seemed like it was an FBI source that let her know some stuff. I'm almost positive it was an FBI. Yeah, it was the FBI. It wasn't the sheriff. Sheriff Nanos isn't her source there. Yeah. It was the FBI. That's right. She has an FBI source. Well, what did she say recently? She said Nanos was her source? I don't know, man. Can you send me the link on that? I'd be startled. And so, and then why wouldn't Nanos know precisely which door, I don't know. Not sheriff deputies? Oh, yeah. I don't know. She said it was like an FBI source. early. I don't know if that was just to keep heat off of her. Yeah, well, I don't. They're not mad at them for that because it was true. They were looking into the family at the beginning. They looked at them all. That's why they had the car, Annie's car, etc. They did look into that. I totally support Ashley Banfield on that. I think she was reporting what she knew, and it was real. They literally were looking into that. And then I think it ended up being where they couldn't find anything. And maybe if they did find something, they probably thought, well, we'll never find her, so we got to figure out some other way. There was somebody helping, and But I would actually, my theory. I've had other theories during the case, but my theory is just that there's like two people that are, abducted her, but aren't evil in the sense that we all picture evil people. It was just abduction to try to get some money, and it wasn't like, and they weren't like hardened killer types. They were just like, we can just do this for money. It'd be so easy. She's rich, and I have this whole thing I can set up where they can't track the crypto account. They won't be able to track our conversations, and that hasn't happened. So whoever that person was probably knew, was really like digitally savvy. But hey, guys, if you're out there and you still want to help support the channel, that'd be great. Maybe the channel can do something instead of being down 290. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think that they're angry at Nanos. Okay, can you send me the link to that, Crystal? I'd like to see that. So here's my email. I guess I could maybe I'll just call her, see what she says. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I actually do think it's like the most likely thing is somebody that doesn't know them. Maybe they are, there's some connection to a worker of some sort. But they were like, man, what an opportunity. She lives alone. We can make money. It's not a cartel thing. I'm not sure how that became a thing. They deal with drugs and make millions. Just some solid sources, I'm sure. Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously true, right? That they were looking into them. Why do you think they didn't, they would, why do you think they would have taken Annie's car and then had it for like a month? I mean, they're obviously looking at it for something. But then they ruled them out, right? I mean, it kind of made some sense, like my original theory was that it was a hired hit to make look like a ransom, right? But then, the thing is don't you guys agree that the second ransom note is kind of like a game changer for a lot of theories out there? It's literally something that you have to, if you take at its value, and there's absolutely no reason to write that second ransom note, zero. And so the fact that it was written, we didn't even know that it was this type of an apology. Remember how it was called an apology, and then people said, no, it wasn't. It was bullshit. This whole thing, it is an apology. That is what that is. And it was completely unnecessary, right? So then you got to say to yourself, the only reason that could have been written, if you look at it, it's not to sort of minimize their role for later if they get caught. That's just crap when people say that. Because you're risking. This was so important to them that they sent one more note, knowing that their techniques are not easily traceable, just to, to say, listen, she died. Absolutely didn't intend to do that. We buried her in nature, and no matter, even if you had sent in your ransom, there's nothing you could have done that would have helped, meaning even if you'd sent in the ransom, she was already dead by the time you could have sent it to us. And we want to apologize to your whole family. To me, that's like totally sincere, like it's great. And why would somebody doing fake ransom notes send that one either? Like, if you're sending fake ransom notes, you're already putting yourself at risk to being caught. So there's no reason to send the second one. You would just get the hell out of Dodge and never say anything again. Those notes are written by the people who did this. Yeah, he did say that again. No one's been ruled out. And, a family member might feel bad that other family members felt bad. So if let's say the mastermind is a family member, and then you hired a couple other people to do the actual kidnapping, hold her body somewhere off-site. I'll let you know when to drop her off somewhere again. And then the mastermind's the one that's just sending the emails out. And let's say that's a family member. And then when they realize they did try the Hail Mary also, and then when they realize that they needed proof, they send one more to make their relative, Savannah, and the rest of them feel better. I mean, that sort of makes sense too, right? So you either have somebody that, wasn't a hardened criminal type abductor of an 84-year-old, or it's somebody that has an emotional connection to Savannah and other family members that you would want to make them feel better. What are you talking about, Lisa? Whose car? Oh man, we're not talking about Kohberger again, are we? Let's see. Somebody up there said something. Kohberger. Somewhere that they screwed up the electrical on the car. Right. Well, that means they must have checked it then, right? Sure, I'm thinking it's her episode where the 19-year-old got the interview. All right. I don't have any more thoughts on that tonight. But what do you think, though? Don't you feel like that's pretty close to accurate right there? Because the second ransom note is a huge thing. I said it right when it came out. I go, oh my God, that's so huge. Once we knew what it was about, it's so huge. It's totally changes everything. And I hate when people go, oh no, it doesn't. It's all a lie, just to keep their theory going. You have to incorporate that second ransom note and make it make sense in your theory. So when you go like, oh, it's a nut job. Well, really? Why would a nut job send the second one when their goal was to torment and terrorize her? Because they were passively letting her know that she was dead and everything. That bullshit. Yeah, and so that's where I'm at. I think it's, it could be, the secondary thing, believe it or not, is a mastermind who is the one that's sending the emails, but then you'd say, well, why did that person write the second one? Then you'd have to conclude that the mastermind has some sort of a feeling. A normal mastermind that's just sort of out there trying to make money out there, they don't give a crap. They're not, once Nancy dies, they're just washing their hands. They say, okay, bury your body. Don't contact me again. See you later. Okay? But if it's somebody that has a connection to the family and actually cared that people were feeling bad, then I could see them writing the second one, even in the mastermind theory. But my main theory is that would be my secondary one. But the one that I think is probably just like a couple people. One's a driver, and you know, I think the guy that was at the door is the one that wrote the ransom notes. Both of them. He's the tech person, you know, the techie. There was another one driving a car. Now, if there's, okay, I'd say this. If it's a woman that's driving the car, then the guy at the door wrote it. She may have influenced the second one a bit. However, if it's two guys, then it could be the one in the car that's the techie person. But no, you think it's sort of interesting. You know, the guy has a walkie-talkie there. Man, it's just so brutal. The neighborhood is so bad for tracking a vehicle. It's the worst I've ever seen. Horrible. I mean, I think what they've got are lights on some cameras somewhere, and they're trying to track it just by lights because there's nothing films the street. So you'd have to have sadly though, you'd have to have the 24/7 cameras, not the motion activated ones. Motion activated wouldn't have enough motion to turn on with just a little light flickering by. So, you know, it's just brutal. Absolutely brutal. It's really interesting, that place that they were looking, just in that little alley type thing that Bryan Ent was talking about. I mean, what's there? And don't tell me, because the runoff. That's insane. That's ludicrous. There's some other reason that they were there. Now, that's one of the things that we've always thought, is that the people don't live too far away from the scene at all. They live around there. And the whole thing about bring her back to Tucson, and you know, within 12 hours was just to put in there to make it, you know, give this massive area that they could have come from. But I think that was just a ruse, that portion of the first note. All right. Cool, man. Man, you guys are dead as a doornail. We had Anne-Marie type in, hey, it makes more sense than others, like 5 minutes ago. And since then, 2 comments. I guess when you're making sense, there's really nothing else to say, you know what I mean? When you watch the channels that throw out gibberish, you got 47 million people commenting. I'm playing the greatest hits again. Alright. Greatest hits. Forget it. Anyway, before we start on this, I'll thank everybody up here. So thanks for reaching that goal. We got Wild Bill Wassman, Stephen Connerly, Wild Bill Wassman, Stephen Connerly, Fishing in the Dark, Wild Bill Wassman, Richard Watts, Allie Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, Michelle, Haley, Joel Burnt, Chicken Wing, Wild Bill Wassman, then Joel Burnt, gifted 5, then 6 Kids UK, then Michelle H., then Wild Bill Wassman, Timothy Cecil, Chicken Wing, Haley, Wild Bill Wassman, Kathy Ratcliffe, Wild Bill Wassman, Cheryl Bullock, Lisa V, Timothy Cecil, Chicken Wing, Timothy Cecil, then Haley gifted 5. I think there was a challenge there, and then Carson Hockey Fan Club, then Carson Hockey Fan Club again. Then we had Crystal the Lioness, and then Whiskey Boots again. She drinks whiskey straight out of her boot. It's crazy. And then we have Haley and Whiskey Boots and Wisconsin Cat Mom and Crystal the Lioness said appreciate all the hard work. Well, thank you. Then Carson Hockey Mom, or Hockey Fan Club again. Then Roger Smith, Anne Marie, then Crystal the Lioness again. Thank you so much. Then we had Haley gifted 5, and Crystal gifted 1. Bill Swatson gifted 5, matching. That was her challenge there. And then Phil Swatson, any new updates from Dr. Colleen? There you go. All right. Are you going to stick around, Crystal the Lioness, to the music? Where the 19-year-old got the interview. Oh, it was all the way back in that one? Well, if you find it, you can send it over. Yeah, just listen to it and fall asleep, all right? Thanks for being here, Anne Marie, everybody else. Jim Lawn, Chicken Wing, Paulette Leonard, and her sister, Jessica Schubach. Oh, thanks, Marty, out there.
Night breeze on the windowsill. I count the stars like faces I can't touch. Morning folds its map across the room. I trace the places where your laughter used to be. Coffee cools beside the photos on the shelf. I wonder which road took the best of you from me. Shadows keep the questions that I can't unlearn. Echoes hold the stories I still hate to earn. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. Letters in the corner smell like distant rain. Names in my pocket are maps I never read. I talk to empty chairs and wait for answers back, wishing on the corners of a life I can't retrieve. If memory's a river, I keep diving in to catch the little truths you left inside my skin. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. Maybe they're under all the quiet that I fear. still here. I close my eyes and reach through the distance and the years to hold the peace of all the people I held dear. Softly I call their names into the night, fingers on the map, trying to bring them into light. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. Night breeze on the windowsill, I leave the light on, hoping somewhere someone feels the same and keeps me on.
Parked my ride outside of Marty's Bar and Grill. Woke up to a tow truck and a sky gone still. She said her name was over when the jukebox fell, left with a suitcase and a cigarette shell. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck ran out like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Tried to catch a memory at the corner of the bar, missed every crooked shot, left my heart on the felt scar. Friends were half smiling, the night felt thin as a thread. Stumbled into trouble with a head full of lead. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck rang like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Fluorescent light and a Bible on the sink, cold metal bench held more answers than I think. Prayed with a laugh and a cigarette smell. Redemption came quiet in a county hotel. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. jail cell. Park my old mistakes by Marty's neon swell. Lost a lot on the way, but I found something to tell. Lost every game of pool, but I found grace where sinners dwell. Lost my way in the cold and found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell.
Kept my lipstick on for strangers, counting pieces of another goodbye. I walk through rooms of borrowed promises, smile through storms that weren't my own. Took my light, called it their favor, left me learning how to fall alone. I built my armor out of maybes, quiet prayers under city lights. Then you came like a steady sunrise, woke the colors I had locked inside. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. To measure love in footprints, trying to fit where I didn't belong. You said my name without a question, made the broken parts feel strong. No more dodging all the thunders, no more hiding from my truth. Your hands taught me to trust the weather and trust the rhythm of my youth. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. That pulled me through. Now every doubt dissolves in daylight when your breath says I'm enough. I knew higher, higher. On your wings I learned to fly. Higher, higher. Leaving every broken night. You lift me up like an eagle. You carry me higher. Oh, oh, you show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. No more heavy anchors holding, only open blue and truth to find. You lift me up
hums in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street. Polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes, passing in daylight with pockets of teeth.
A kindness that lingers with a cold in its hold. Echoes of stories that grow darker when told.
Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars. A skin deep charm hiding rusted bars. You feel it before you name what you fear. A crooked detail that suddenly sticks clear. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears.
Mark the small truths that the panic nears.
They learn how to kneel and how to bow just right.
Speak like a guardian in the hush of the night.
They glide through families with practiced regret.
Wearing concern like a hand-me-down silhouette.
Listen to laughter that trembles and strains. Notice the hush where the warning remains.
Old stories whisper where the new lie steers. Follow the sign where the silence clears.
Little betrayals tucked in the grin. Patterns repeat where the danger begins. A pulse at the throat, a chill in the ears. Truth's baby step closer, dismissing the years.
Eyes below ears,
The devil appears.
eyes below ears,
The devil appears.
eyes below ears.
The devil appears. Hold to the line where the safety.
Disappears. We teach the children to name every name.
To trust their skin, to call out the game.
When instinct speaks loud, let the room come alive. Pull the curtains and let the old lies die.
Fingers pointed at the smallest detail.
Quiet courage in the face of the tale. One small voice can unravel the gears of the hidden mouth and the lowered ears. Eyes below ears,
The devil appears.
eyes below ears,
The devil appears.
eyes below ears.
The devil appears. Gather the light.
When the night draws near,
Keep watch by the threshold.
and sharpen your sight,
We name what we fear.
and we bring it
To light.
Well, because rude ass Jim in there can't answer a question, I made it anyways. Let's see what this one sounds like. Hopefully it sounds like garbage. This will be the last song I ever make for you, Jim. You're so rude. Unbelievable.
I have this friend from West Virginia. He was loyal, strong, and proud. Then one day I got this call from Florida. Seems they had to put him in the ground. In the ground. No, needless to say, the family is all broken up about it. But as for me, I feel the worst for his brother. His brothers, just knowing there is nothing they can do to change it, nothing they can do to change it. I one time drove across West Virginia. So long, in fact, I can't recall where I was going. But I do know these roads keep going on and on now. 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 On and on now.
Man, what a crappy song. All right, next one. Let's see.
The street still smells
I don't
like
either.
rain and rust.
He's just intentionally being a dick for no
Your
reason.
jacket
Nobody said
on
anything
the
to him.
chair, your name and dust. I traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with empty eyes took the shape of him. My nights fold under the weight of the white. I wake with your breath and the echo of lights. There's a knot in my throat I can't untie. I never learned to let you go. 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 The neighbors say the sirens left too soon. They whisper of a price beneath the cold moon. I keep your pictures in the drawer like sin, folded pages of the love that should have been. Days move around me like a room without doors. Every smile is glass that shatters on the floor. How do I breathe when my heart keeps score? I never learned to let you go. 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 I pray sometimes and my hands feel thin. I ask the sky why evil took him. If mercy is a river, why does it run dry? I stand here asking God if he hears my cry. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone never learned to let you go. I never learned to let you go. I never learned to let you go. I never learned to let you go. Maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wound that's mine. Till then I walk with the shadow you left on my soul, praying to God to teach my hands to hold. The empty chair keeps a steady conversation. The clock takes blame into the corners of the room. We set a plate and call your name out so we fold the laundry in the shape of who you were. There is a photograph that never learns to smile. There is a laugh that breaks and stays inside our mouths. Nights are long and the streets keep swallowing light. We trace the maps of days that you won't come back on. Carry me forward on the hush of your name. It's gone strange. Hold the space where your footsteps used to be. Carry me forward, don't let me fall to memory. Candles match the birthdays that we do without. A funeral song that taught the sun how to be quiet. Of you lives in the ordinary things. A coffee cup, a winter coat, the shadow of your rain. We keep the questions like glass inside our bones. We learned the weight of forever in the slow place. Silence is a drumbeat that remembers your thunder. We are the cartographers of absence and grace. In the quiet we collect the pieces you left. In the dark we read the letters of your name. Carry me forward on the hush of your name.
This is the only chicken song. I don't remember what the other one was called. I don't have it.
Counting down the days till the heavy heat gets
Oh, this is her other song.
long
longing for that first
Chicken wing.
fall breeze.
I forgot the name of the other song.
Watching all the leaves turn, breathing in the crisp air, sipping coffee on the porch with you right by my side, and the wind tangling up in my hair. Oh, I just can't wait to get cozy. Pull on
I know it's your new one. I don't have your other one. I don't know where it is.
watching scary movies, snuggling close to you. Oh, cozy.
I don't know what it was called.
Bonfires glowing after sunset, roasting s'mores, just taking in the sound of the crackling fire and feeling the warm glow on my face. Oh, I just can't wait to get cozy. Pull on a hoodie, watching scary movies, snuggling close to you.
Oh yeah, it's called Chicken Tenders. I got that one.
Yeah,
You screwed me up with your name.
outside just fade away.
It's called Chicken Tenders. I found it.
Sweater weather every single day. Oh, I just can't wait to get cozy. Pull on a hoodie, watching scary movies, snuggling close to you. Oh, cozy.
I'm gonna do this one instead.
Evening light folds into our shoes, a quiet map of miles we choose. I remember the first street we learned by name, laughter spilling like summer rain. You held my coat when the wind came wild. We kept our compass, we kept our smiles. When the nights were heavy and the roads were thin, we found another reason to begin. We'll walk this path together tonight. We'll walk this path together and be alright. There were crossroads with signs we couldn't read, nights of doubt and mornings we could bleed. You stood like a lighthouse at the edge of my fear, kept saying softly, I'm right here. Through broken clocks and promises unmade, we learned the language that won't fade. We'll walk this path together tonight. We'll walk this path together and be alright. It was the night we almost left, keys on the table, voices thin.
in his glass. He reached out, closed the door and stayed. The silence taught us how not to pass. We carried small victories in our pockets like stones. Saved quiet words to warm us when we're old. Even when storms try to pull our names apart, we found the way back by the shape of our hearts. Footsteps slow on an unfamiliar floor. Your hand finds mine and I know what's worth fighting for. We'll walk this path together tonight. We'll walk this path together and be alright. And be alright. Years will bend the corners of our maps and maps will fray, but every faded trail still leads the same way, with wrinkled hands and a softer kind of light. We'll trace the roads we made through every night. We'll walk this path together tonight. We'll walk this path together and be alright. Side by side, where the horizon meets the tide, we keep walking, you and I. You've been carrying the weight so long, you forgot what it feels like to put it down. Smiling just enough to fool the room, while you're barely keeping both feet on the ground. You tell yourself I should be stronger, like strength means suffering alone. But even the toughest walls can crumble when they're holding up the world on their own. You don't have to hide the answers, you don't have to hide the scars. Sometimes courage is just reaching for a hand there in the dark. Asking for help is not admitting defeat. It's saying I'm still here, I'm still on my feet. It's not waving a white flag, it's raising one up, saying I've had enough, but I haven't given up. When the road gets too heavy, when you've carried too much, there's no shame in reaching out for somebody's touch. Asking for help doesn't mean you're not tough, it means you're refusing to give up. Maybe you've been fighting silent wars, nobody around you even knows. Holding conversations in your head with every feel you never chose. Maybe you're afraid they'll see you different, maybe pride keeps locking every door. But the people who truly love you would rather listen and lose you to the war. You don't have to climb a mountain with your hands tied to your side. There are people who will walk there every single step beside you. Asking for help is not admitting defeat. It's saying I'm still here, I'm still on my feet. It's not waving a white flag, it's raising one up, saying I've had enough, but I haven't given up. When the road gets too heavy, when you've carried too much, there's no shame in reaching out for somebody's touch. Asking for help doesn't mean you're not tough, it means you're refusing to give up. And if
it's worth somebody ever hears. So call the friend, knock on the door, say what you couldn't say before. Let somebody know you're hurting. Let somebody share the weight. You don't have to wait for rock bottom. You don't have to prove you're strong. Sometimes surviving means admitting you were never meant to fight alone. Asking for help is not admitting defeat. It's choosing tomorrow when today has you freeze. Now waving a white flag is praising one up. Say I'm tired as hell, but I haven't given up. When your heart feels too heavy, when the clock gets too rough, let somebody remind you that you are enough. Asking to help doesn't mean you want to. You're refusing. You're refusing. You're refusing. You're refusing to give up. So if you know somebody fighting more than they ever let you see. The street still smells like rain and rust. Your jacket on the chair, your name in dust.
Oh yeah, so this song is about, I think it was about missing somebody. You know, it was a lot longer description, but you know, it'd be cool if I, could easily just find, this thing's stupid out, you can't look stuff up, but it'd be cool to figure out, like, what did I use to make it, It's called Rain and Rust. I wonder if I could find it really fast. Is that sort of the newer one? I don't remember, like, the timing. I've done so many of them now. Let's see, one more. Yeah. I don't know where it is, but anyways.
The street still smells like rain and rust. Your jacket on the chair, your name in dust. I traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with empty eyes took the shape of him.
My nights fold under the weight of the white.
Awake with your breath and the echo of life.
There's a knot in my throat.
I can't untie.
Oh yeah, this is my other song again. That's right. That's so funny. That's why it sounds, this is about that same, I think this is the same as I Have Learned, or whatever the name of that one is. Right? It's just so different, but it's cool too. But okay, this one's called Rain and Rust, even though it's the same song as, the same lyrics as I Never Learned. So we don't have to listen to it again, but. Right, but the only comments Jim saw while he was doing charging was every woman's comment, just not the 57 that I sent him. All right, let's see.
Streetlights like lanterns breathe on the wet pavement. Neon reflections tremble where we used to stand. Morning breaks like a promise I forgot how to keep. Laughter split the surface, sorrow slip beneath. Faces in the doorway like postcards from a past life. Hands that held forever now search for the light.
Of course you don't, Jim. Of course you don't. Why don't you scroll up?
I trace the lines of memory where we used to dream.
Laughing and crying, living and dying is all we got.
So like the Partridge Family and
It's all we got. So hold on, I think they'll play another song. Please hold on, I think I'll write you one more song. I have this voice that hums a weathered lullaby. I have
This heart that reasons like a map against my mind.
on afternoons like these, the words refuse to stay.
They wander through the alleys.
Of everything we say, clouds gather like questions, then pass like gold regret.
I keep your face in pockets of daylight I won't let forget.
The clock keeps confessing secrets in a steady, gentle tide. I follow the faint chorus that
You left inside.
laughing and crying, living and dying
Is all we got. It's all we got.
So hold on, I think they'll play another song.
Please hold on,
I think I'll write you one more song. I'll stitch the midnight
quiet to the edges of dawn.
take every soft admission.
String them like a string of stars.
If the world keeps turning on the tune we used to know,
I'll walk the line between the heart and head and grow.
hold on to the small light in your shaking hands.
Hold on to the promise of unfinished play.
Laughing and crying,
Laughing and crying
living and dying
is all we got. It's all we got.
So hold on, I think they'll play another song.
Please hold on, I think I'll write you one more song.
Hold on to your chorus
When the silence comes along,
I'll have your song.
I'll have your song.
I'll have your song.
I don't need to mark it. It's in my list over here. Yeah, hey, so here's the thing, Jim. This is how the conversation went, just so you don't forget, all right? It went like this. He said, check your email, Gray. And I went and checked it. And I said, yeah, what type of music, etc., Jim? And then right before that, Ann said something like she was going to sleep, and you said, good night, Ann. And then you said, hey, Boots, you know. And I said, Jim, what type of music, etc., after you'd ignored it. And then Your next comment was, hold on, I'm just giving you the factual information like we do on this channel. And then let's see, where are we at here? You said, where's my original one? It's just, you were so all over the place. Had never responded to anything that I asked you. You said, what was the next one? It's hard to get these caught up in here. Oh, wait, hold on. It's way up here. I got to go way up there. There you go. Yeah, it says, good night. And then I said, hey, Jim, you got 10 seconds to answer. Nothing. Then I said, every girl Jim sees, but when I ask him a damn simple question 3 times, he doesn't respond. And then I said, he sent me lyrics. And then I said, me, you know, I said my lyrics, but I said me lyrics, not my. And then his next comment was, hey, Phyllis, hey, what's going on? Responding to the comment about him and what we were talking about. And then I said, hey, dipshit Jim Lawn, you going to answer my question? Then his next one was, Penny is my AI girlfriend. I mean, you got to be kidding me. I mean, it just goes on and on and on, where you never answered the damn question, Jim. Everybody noticed it, too. It wasn't like, I don't know what you're talking about, Gray. I mean, it was just so ridiculous, you know? And I tagged you where it highlighted your name so that you can't miss it. But when you come back in, the only comments you see are your freaking, the girls that had commented. Don't send me lyrics if you're not going to respond, okay? I just wanted to know what type of music it was so I could make it the way you wanted to make it. I was trying to be nice, and you were being an asshole. Okay? That's the truth. Okay, so you can't see my comments at all. Like if I go, hey, what's up? Like right now, I just typed it in. You can't see that, right? You can't see that right there? Yeah, it did make things awkward. I mean, wouldn't it make you feel the same way, Chicken Wing? Or anybody to have somebody like that? Hey, Gray, here's some lyrics, and I'm just trying to, you know, help out. And anyways, okay, so you can't see that. All right, well, then that would explain it. I mean, I don't know how that happens. You might have, maybe you have me blocked. Who the hell knows? Maybe you blocked me the other day. So you're going to have to go to my channel and unblock me. And then you might be able to see. Because we don't allow that in here. So you're going to have to go over to, you know, like my channel and click on my name. I know. Well, wouldn't that make you feel awkward too? I mean, I think everybody was feeling awkward. It's like, Jim, hello, you know, respond. And it was like you just skipped right over my comments. But I did sort of think, I wonder if you can even see me. But I was like, oh, what are the odds of that? Anyways, you guys are all asleep anyways. Okay, well, then I don't know what to tell you, Jim. Maybe try to sign out of Google and YouTube and come back in. No, just you, Phyllis. Just you. You're the instigator, man. Phyllis, a little instigator. Yeah. It's okay, Jim. If you really can't see me, then that explains everything. But you've never been not able to see me before, so it's a little bit strange. You know what I'm saying? You got timed out a few times, I can tell you that. Let's see, maybe there's a... Now you're... Maybe let me just try something here. You guys like that? There's Phyllis. There's Phyllis. Let's see. Just kidding, just kidding. That is so good. How about now? How about right now? Can you see that one, Jim? Well, why don't you're gonna have to go to your settings or something. You might have accidentally blocked me or something. People can do that accidentally too. Go to my channel and see if you have to unblock me. I mean, I literally talked to you like 15 times with no response. Well, let's do it right now. We can practice. We can see if it works. There's one that has words. I want to try to find that one. Is that this one? Maybe this one. There you go.
Rain on glass like loose applause.
That's okay, Jim.
Fingers find a page of
I was trying to do your Penelope version of your song, but I don't know, it didn't come out the way it was supposed to.
empty chords. City lights blur into watercolor streams.
You know what's hard to do is take a shower
Coffee
with the stupid thing on my wrist.
beside the crescent moon.
You have to put this bag on, hold it over your head, and
Your
try to
laughter hides behind
wash
the
yourself with one hand.
shutters and the steam. My hands remember
That's not fun.
how to follow you. Little echoes gather in the room.
soft as breath and twice as true. Piano notes by a rainy window.
I think I typed in, okay, make a piano by a rainy window, and it put those in as lyrics.
Used to go.
That's pretty funny, don't you think?
Piano notes by
Yes, fun times, Haley, fun times. Getting that comments.
pull the night and let the
It made the music less fun.
A minor phrase becomes a doorway wide. Each drop, a footstep on the sill. I trace the arc where silence used to hide.
Wait, hold on a second. Well, who did the Karma in the Can? Isn't that Phyllis? I gotta do that one again. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
I slid it in like a secret into the hem of your drapes.
Oh, yeah, the sardine in the hem.
Quiet as a promise, folded where the daylight waits. A small wicked whisper tucked beneath the seams, planting little rumors that unravel in the heat. It blooms in the hush where the ordinary breaks. We feed little fires with the choices we make. You can't put sardines in the hem of your ex's drapes. Let the hush unravel and the memory escape. The silver tin of mischief in the place that no one scrapes.
See, there's
The
Phyllis
stench will
Watson
drive
right
them
there.
nuts when they can't
The
find
Mischief
origin.
Maker.
They'll search every corner like a ghost with a list. Flip cushions and curtains for a phantom they miss. Nose follows the rumor, hands grace for a sign. Nothing but questions where the answers confined. Open window sighs, but the guilt lingers near. Karma in a can with the lightness of a sneer. Small rebellions ferment into a slow, steady spin. The house keeps the secret while the chaos moves in. You can put sardines in the hem of your ex's drapes. Let the hush unravel and my memory escape. A silver tin of mischief in the place that no one scrapes. The stench will drive them nuts when they can't find the origin.
That's funny.
A little victory sealed in the fold of old drapes. A stubborn sour laugh that the morning can't erase. Ooh, oh. Ooh, oh. Ooh,
This is one I made today. Let's see. It's about, I put all these, I told it to make up words in the true crime, and it came up with clue print, crime fog, suspectology, timeline-itis. And it made up a song of all those. You never listened to me. What a weird way to start a conversation. All right, you got to hit the... There you go. There you go. I like that word, timeline-itis.
Nightlight on maps and coffee stains. Fingers trace the roads and old remains. Blueprint of shadows spread across my table. Crime fog settles where the headlines label. Suspectology keeps me turning every page. Timeline-itis pulls me deeper in the maze. I overlook the obvious and call it theory. Mapnosis hums and blurs the edges of my seeing. Clueprint, crime fog, suspectology. Timeline-itis, clue blind, mapnosis.
Mapnosis.
Evidence quake tears the plan apart.
I've got mapnosis.
Theory lock keeps the beating heart. Crime shadow lingers by a dying light. Alley boggle bends the memory of that night.
Ali Boggle.
Clue bait glitters like a promise in the dark. Suspect shift slides the arrow from the mark. Facticide whispers till rumor wears the truth. Friend speak softens into fragile proof. Clueprint, crime fog, suspectology.
It turned the most mundane song into
clue blind, mapnosis. Evidence quake tears the plan apart. Theory lock
evidence
keeps
quake.
the beating heart.
Theory lock.
Crime metro answers from an old cold case. Motive fog leaves the wire without a face. Clue collision where the pieces finally meet. Location proof turns distance into a beat. Foreign speed.
Those are cool words.
Clear words slow and low. Time stamped and
Theory
trapped
lock.
where the cold
Crime echo.
lights glow. Clueprint, crime fog, suspectology. Timeline-itis, clue blind, mapnosis. Evidence quake tears the plan apart.
Evidence quake. We just had an evidence quake.
Theory lock
It
keeps
tore the.
beating heart.
It actually has a description.
Rapid criming has me tracing every line.
Rabbit criming.
Evidence quake shakes the last design. I followed the routes and watched the paper thin. Still chasing answers I may never pin.
That's crazy. Hey, look at these. This is what I just threw it in there for the hell of it, but see, look at it. It has clue print means the pattern created when all evidence is laid out together. That's clue print. Crime fog is confusion caused by rumors, bad reporting, and so we could be saying, yeah, listen, you've got crime fog, man. Suspectology, obsessively analyzing suspect behavior, movement, and history. Timeline-itis, the uncontrollable need to keep rebuilding a case timeline. I think I've had crime-line-itis. Clue blind, overlooking an obvious piece of evidence because you're focused on theory. So you're clue blind. Right. That means you're like tunnel vision. Mapnosis, becoming hypnotically absorbed in maps, routes, distances, and locations. I've had mapnosis and timeline-itis. Evidence quake, a new piece of evidence that completely shakes up the accepted theory. That's kind of cool. Evidence quake. No, these are, I said, make up words. I said, invent a list of 20 words creatively come up with in the true crime world. And so this is what it came up with. Yeah, evidence quake. Oh my God, you guys, that's evidence quake. That just disrupted all of our theories. Theory lock. Becoming so committed to one theory that contradictory evidence... Well, that's the same as tunnel vision or... what's that one called? There's a better word for it. I forgot it. Crime shadow. An unexplained person, vehicle, event, or detail lingering around a case. Alibagle. An alibi that becomes more confusing the more someone explains it. Clue bait. A dramatic detail that looks important but ultimately leads nowhere. Like clickbait, but it's a clue bait. That sounds like clue bait to me. Suspect shift. The moment attention suddenly moves from one person to another. Facticide. When speculation repeatedly gets presented until people start treating it as a fact. For foreign speak, like forensic speak. Technical forensic language translated into normal human language. Hey, give me forensic speak, okay? Yeah, I think these are all cool. Yeah, evidence quake. Yeah, I think a lot of these would be good for that. Foreign time stamped, figuratively trapped by a timeline because digital evidence established exactly where and when something happened. Crime echo, a detail from one case that eerily resembles something from another case. I like that one. Motive fog, when investigators understand what happened but cannot figure out why. Clue collision, when two independent pieces of evidence unexpectedly point to the same conclusion. Rabbit criming. I like this one. Look at this one. Rabbit criming. Disappearing down endless true crime rabbit holes, researching tiny details. Yeah, I think a lot of people do that. Location proof. When geography, distance, routes, or physical positioning become evidence itself. There you go. Sound like terms that could actually catch on with. They said clue print, crime fog, mapnosis, evidence quake, theory lock, and facticide sound like terms that could actually catch on with a true crime audience. That's pretty cool. I don't know, yeah. So I just threw this whole thing. I went like this. I grabbed this and threw it into that song thing, and it wrote that. It didn't. The music didn't really fit the words, you know. Yeah, it's saved on there. It's pretty cool. All right. Well, there you go, you guys. Thank you for being here tonight. Thanks for reaching the minimum goal, and we got we sent 500 in to Murder Has a Name. I think we've sent them 1,000 so far, so that's cool. Thanks for being here. Sorry, Jim, for all the confusion there. Not sure what the hell happened there. You're going to have to figure out. You just got to go to my channel and see if... I don't know. It's happened before with other people. It's not very common, but it does happen. But anyways, thanks for being here, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for all being here. Good night, Haley, Phyllis Watson, Chicken Wing, Lisa, Jim Lawn, and there was somebody just right up there that just, and Carson Hockey Fan Club. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I don't know what it was so weird what was going on there. I thought he was intentionally ignoring me, but I guess that's not the case. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. That's right. Icky, picky, pickety, dock. We got to do a song one night where everybody just types in. We have a theme, and then everybody types in thoughts that they have on the theme, and then we throw it in there. But everybody has to do it. Whenever I do stuff like that, everybody goes, I don't know, I can't think of anything great. All right, come on.
Evil can never be dead enough.
And some of you, you make shit up.